trustees, directors, and deputies of IGI, on their and entire IGI family's behalf, we most humbly welcome our awardees and guests for today. Our chief guest, Ms. Sangeeta Chako, Head Corporate Communications, Percept Limited. Our guest of honor, Mr. Amit Thete, General Manager, Sales Operations, Mercedes-Benz. Again, our guest of honor, Mr. Alok Kedia, Head Business Banking, Education and Agri, IndusInd Bank. Mr. Ajay Motwani, Strategic Consultant, ex-Dabur and Adani Wilmar. Mr. Shishel Deshmur, Senior Director, Head Consumer Marketing, Cipla. Mr. Vincent Pinto, sir, will be joining us pretty soon. Mr. Vincent Pinto, Senior Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Schindler. Dignitaries, faculty members, and dear students, let us start this beautiful morning with one more flagship event of Indira Group of Institutes, Indira Brand Slam Summit and Awards 2023, hosted by Indira School of Business Studies. Today we are so proud as we welcome you all to 10th edition of this magnanimous event. Indira Brand Slam is a top-tier marketing and branding annual event featuring a confluence of ideas, opinions, and insights of eminent personalities from different industries. Industry-academia interface has always been strength of Indira Group of Institutes, and this mega event is a hallmark of the same. This year's theme is changing paradigms in building brands. These 2 days are going to be super engaging as we listen to ideas and perspectives of who's who of industries, and also express our gratitude towards these exemplary brands, organizations, and individuals for their amazing work that they have been doing to make our corporate India even better and beautiful. I was telling you all a while back about India at 75. Let me just throw some more light on it. So this is an initiative that we launched last year, and under this we intend to call 75 leaders from different industries in a span of 1 year. The leaders who have contributed immensely in making India what it is today, and our guests and speakers and awardees today definitely in their very own special way have contributed a lot to nation building. As I talk about our motherland, it reminds me of a very famous quote by Mark Twain, who once famously said, "India is one land that all men desire to see, and having seen it once, even by a glimpse, would not give that glimpse away for all the shows of all the rest of the globe combined." Such is the beauty of this diverse and mesmerizing nation that we proudly call ours. On this note, following the tradition at Indira, I request everybody to please rise in honor of our national Jai! So, can we increase volume of this microphone, please? It's only apt to start Indira Brand Slam by saluting the most iconic and important brand of our lives, India. And for us Indirites, what follows after India is Indira. I would like to tell our guests that since its inception in 1994, Indira has witnessed unprecedented growth and an inspiring journey. Under able leadership of our chairperson, Dr. Tarita Shankar, and group director, Professor Chetan Bakarkar, we have grown in leaps and bounds. With humble beginning of just one institute, today we boast of more than 15 institutes providing quality education to thousands and thousands of students in various streams. In this journey, we faced many challenges and hardships, but with perseverance, courage, dedication of our founders, we survived and thrived. On this note, we would like to present to you an AV that will give you a glimpse of story of IHR. May I have the AV, please? A great brand is a story that never stops unfolding. Such is incredible story of IGI. Indra is a tall name because of wit, conviction, passion, perseverance, energy, dedication, and sensitivity that our founders had. Our chairperson, Dr. Tarita Shankar, who personifies the word and sentiment, care. And our group director, Professor Chetan Bakarkar, who's our mentor and guide. Can we have a huge round of applause for these two super amazing people as I request them to please share their thoughts with us today, ma'am and sir.
Very good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here, hosting our 10th edition of Indira Brand Slam. It's absolutely a wonderful feeling. And before I move ahead, let me, on behalf of the entire Indira family, welcome all our guests today and also wish all of them a heartiest congratulations for winning the awards, for doing great work in their brands, and being here today to stand with our brand. Thank you so much. What is it about brands? For me, that light is right in my face. I'm shining as a light. Don't need any more light. Thank you very much. And firstly, I'm lucky that I'm able to speak to you. 2 days back, I had no voice. My voice had completely gone. I mean, if I wasn't even talking to anybody, I was just, like chatting and typing messages because I couldn't talk. But luckily, Brand Slam has pulled me through and I'm here standing, saying my few thoughts. Not much to say because we're all waiting to listen to our wonderful guests over here. But yes, when we talk about brands, firstly, I'm extremely proud of Brand Indira, which has given me an opportunity to stand here for 29 years in front of you and standing tall each year as the years pass by. That is a very great feeling. How do you build a brand? Just for you young students, two small thoughts that I was thinking in the car. What can I tell you every year, about brand building? Because brand building is a continuous affair. It's not something that you do today and then it's over. There's one of my very, very favorite quotes which I'm going to quote over here, which I've always quoted, and it says that I am always busy. It says I am always busy because I am building a, when you're building a brand, you're always busy. A brand is not something that आज किया थोड़ा सा काम फिर घर जाके आराम कर लिया फिर घर में जब आराम करते हैं खाते हैं पीते हैं at that time also you're building your brand. And that is an example that I would like to leave you with, because for all of you youngsters, you're all dreams, of course, to start your own companies and to also go and work for wonderful brands. So when you are going to do that, always don't forget that you personally are a brand yourself. You carry some values inside you which become your brand. So align your values, your brand with an industry or a company or an organization that has the same values like you, because then your work will never become a burden for you. It will keep you busy passionately all the time. So aligning your values with yourself, making yourself into a brand, and then aligning your own brand with the brand that you're going to work for or build a brand is something that you have to always look for. Secondly, when you build a brand, when big industries, I mean, we have very big organizations and corporates sitting here today. When we build a brand, many of us forget, that we all want to grow our brand. So, I mean, it's all about consumerism and consumers, building a new market. So, you're always targeting upon new consumers, new markets. But for me, I feel that I can move on to my next consumer, my next market, only when my existing consumer and my existing market is stable and strong. So don't forget to focus on your existing consumers, the people you already believe in your brand. See that they're always with you. Even if one of them leaves you from that group, then well, something is wrong somewhere before you move on to your next customer or your next consumer or your next market. So keep this in mind. Build your own brand, align that brand with the brand that you're going to work for. Of course, initially you're still young, so the first few years you're going to do hunting, so you're going to leave from one job to another job, from one brand to another brand, one product to another organization. Well, that's allowed, completely allowed, because you are trying to set yourself and you're trying to find your own mitti where you can grow. So find that, but once you find that, give your best to that brand, give your best to yourself. And like I said, don't forget, building a brand is a non-stop, continuous, 24/7, 365 days, lifelong job, and make that job beautiful. So make yourself into a beautiful brand, and then see how life grows beautifully and how you start loving yourself and everything around you, and the companies and the industries and the organizations that you're going to work for must feel that I cannot let this person go, no matter what. So kabhi bhi salary hike मांग लेना, मिल जाएगा if you're valuable to your company. Thank you very much. All the best to everyone. Once again, a warm welcome and congratulations. Thank you.
I'm always busy as I'm building a brand. I'm always busy as I'm building a brand. Few words, but great food for thought for all of us gathered here today. And that's what makes Tarita ma'am an iconic and inspirational edu entrepreneur that she is for decades, which I've seen her evolve and grow to the person that she is today. A loud round of applause for ma'am, please. So on behalf of the Indira Group, of course, it's a pleasure, like ma'am said, for me too and the whole Indira family to welcome our chief guest, Sangeeta Chappa ma'am. Thank you for being here. Amit Tete, Alok Kedia, Mr. Motwani, and of course other awardee speakers, members of the Indira family, trustees, directors, faculty members, and of course all you lovely aspiring MBA professionals, PGDM professionals of tomorrow, future leaders, future entrepreneurs. It's great to have you here at the 10th edition of the Indira Brand Slam. So give a round of applause for yourself, friends. When ma'am correctly put the perspective, Shika ma'am is the best person to really open any of these kind of platforms which Indira offers, and we offer multiple events because she sets the tone quite wonderfully for the whole day, the energy and enthusiasm, and of course the correct perspective that she gives about an event is awesome. So let's give her a small round of applause. Thank you for that. Well, today's theme in the 10th edition of Indira Brand Slam, changing paradigms for building brands, and maybe I'll add in the digital age. Personally, being an MBA from marketing, I've always had a passion for marketing, branding. A brand slam event like this gets me excited each year to be a part of it and to interact and meet all the professionals who come down here to share their journeys, their experiences in brand building with all of us. And I think the takeaways are immense. There's no doubt about that. Of course, it gives us an opportunity to put forward in front of you icons from the industry like them, who I'm sure each one of you aspire to become like in your journey, in your corporate career that you're planning to take up maybe in a year, or some of you who are second year students will be starting maybe in 6 months' time. But of course, changing paradigms and how they have changed, right? Pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, the fast evolution of digital technology. And I think the marketing professionals and leaders have to be on their toes all the time. And there are many, I would say, many catalysts which are there, which define the marketing function. And some of it, of course, being the professionals they are, they anticipate and are proactive with their strategies and change. But some of the things like a pandemic gets forced upon us, and you have to be reactive towards the change. And all this is a part of a day's work for a marketing leader or a professional. Well, the one thing which, given this opportunity that I'm getting to stand here in front of you and discuss, I think something that has caught my imagination and fancy over the last few weeks, and I'm sure it's got most of the imagination of people who are here, who are in touch with what's happening in the world around us, is the application-based AI tool called ChatGPT, right? How many of you have heard of ChatGPT? Come on. Okay, any of you have downloaded or signed up for ChatGPT out here? Wow, that's quite a lot. That's pretty amazing. So are you using it to give your assignments in? Yes. Okay. The faculty members, please have a look at those students who have put up their hands. Okay. That shows how far advanced our students are today and why they get picked up by top corporates so quickly, right? Because they know what's happening in the market and what's happening in the industry and how it's changing. So of course, all of you have used. So what does ChatGPT stand for, or what is the GPT-3? Can anyone tell me? Any one of you? What is GPT-3? And not Santosh sir, he's our director for IT. He has knowledge about everything, so we want to ask him. For all you users, have you tried to get down to understanding what is this AI tool which is changing the world, changing the globe, changing the way business processes or works related to marketing or even HR or even other functions is going to be done? Anyone? Any hands up? Not yet. Okay, great. So maybe you guys need to just not get excited about the application or understand what AI is going to transform business processes and systems around us. Well, ChatGPT, of course, is great. But I'm going to share a secret with you today because finally I'm your faculty or professor, so I need to know a little bit more than you guys. And of course, who's the company behind ChatGPT? OpenAI. Who's one of the biggest investors in that? Great. So who's their biggest competitor? And what are they launching? So is it out in the public domain yet? It's not. It's the beta version which is being tested still. It's not out. Now there's something which I'm going to tell you which will make you proud because we're talking about Bharat Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of India. Do you know there is a AI chat tool similar to this created by an Indian which is better than both of these? Sorry? No, that's not a tool. That is not the tool. You don't use Bhagavad Gita.ai for marketing applications, right? But maybe you're on the right track. The person who created that, which company does he own? So, okay, quickly, since we have less time and we're going to go ahead, please do a little bit of research on the gentleman called Samanyu Garg. He's a 26-year-old Lucknow born UP. How many UPites out here? Give me a shout. Ooh, that's great. So we have a lot of students who come from Lucknow and UP. Good to have you here. Should be proud of this guy. Studied in Delhi, went to the US, started a company called Writesonic. Writesonic has created a ChatGPT rival called ChatSonic. Google this. I downloaded this a few days back. I've started using it. It's brilliant. And yesterday, to test the whole thing, I did a very cool thing. I went out there and I said, I put in 3 keywords. You know how these apps work. I put in 3 keywords: speech, marketing, branding, consumer. 4 keywords. And within less than 30 seconds, 45 seconds, I got 3 wonderful speeches ready for today's presentation, which I'm not using right now, but I could have actually pulled that out wonderfully and it would have sounded so sophisticated and nice, and that's what the power of AI is, and that's how paradigms change to build brands. Imagine the power of this tool, which is not only doing text, it's already gone to visuals. And Samanyu Garg has said that within the next 6 months to a year, we will have Video Sonic coming out, which will allow you and me as consumers, content creators, look at how marketing professionals, sales professionals can use these tools to create reels, to create stories about their brands, weave the magic which their brand has and put it out in the social and digital space. It's got LinkedIn post creator, it's got Instagram caption maker, and we can go on and on. And that's what changing paradigms contribute to building brands. It's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure we'll get to hear many more stories from our speakers today. 5G is here already. It's going to percolate even further. And of course, that's going to impact marketing even more. So that's the excitement which we're looking forward to this morning on the starting of Indira Brand Slam 2023 in its 10th edition. Look forward to having a great, meaningful discussion, and of course, applauding loudly for all these wonderful marketing professionals and leaders who are here. Let the ceremony begin. Over to you, Sridhar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. You are a brand yourself. Make a beautiful and reliable one. Beautiful message, Taita ma'am, and you are a great brand we all look up to. Okay, ma'am. And Chetan sir, you never fail to amaze us with your super intelligent perspective on almost everything, which makes us question ourselves कि हमें कितनी पढ़ाई करनी है to remain abreast with what's happening around us. Thank you so much. Round of applause for both of them. We are now heading towards conferring upon first set of awards. So Chetan sir, I think ma'am will be back in a while. We'll wait for ma'am. So students excited for today? Yeah. Getting up to listen to what these amazing speakers have got for you? Ready to take down your notes? So quick quiz, which is this edition? For the brand that we will be hosting today. And so how many of you have done your homework well? क्या बोले तुम्हारी chat GPT को? How many of you have done your homework well? Not confident? Children, I please request you to join ma'am on stage as we head to confer upon Marketing Excellence Award, everyone. So, as I said, that this is we paying our gratitude to amazing work these amazing people and organization have been doing, and for which we will be now conferring upon first set of awards, which is Marketing Excellence Awards. And our first awardee is our chief guest, Head Corporate Communication, Percept Limited, Ms. Sangeeta Chapo. Welcome, ma'am. Sangeeta ma'am, I request you to please stay here as I call upon the other awardees. Our next awardee is our guest of honor, General Manager Sales Operation, Mercedes-Benz, Mr. Amit Thete. Now we have our next guest of honor, Head Business Banking, Education and Agri, IndusInd Bank, Mr. Alok Kedia. Now we have strategic consultant ex Dabur and Adani Wilmar, Mr. Ajay Motwani. Last but not the least, Senior Director, Head Consumer Marketing Cipla, Mr. Shrishel Deshnur. Round of applause for the super successful and inspiring personalities on stage. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Congratulations to all awardees. Thank you, ma'am. Sir. And with this, we conclude our first set of Marketing Excellence Award. And one more time, congratulations to all awardees. They all are super deserving. Now is the time to listen to our amazing speakers, and for that, I request my student Mayuri Vaichal to kindly take the event further. Mayuri.
Thank you, Shikha ma'am. A very good morning to all of you. With a lot of excitement and contentment in my heart, I, Mayuri Vaitsar, am delighted to take this event further by introducing our esteemed guest, chief guest for the day, Ms. Sangeeta Chako, Head Corporate Communications, Percept Limited. With over 29 years of valuable experience in the marketing and communications arena, ma'am has handled a diverse range of portfolios spanning advertising, marketing, PR, events and intellectual property management, CSR, licensing, retail, publishing, and business development with leading global organizations. In 2006, ma'am joined Percept India Limited as the head of corporate communications. Ma'am is a recipient of many international and national awards, latest being the 2019 Albert Nelson Marcus Lifetime Achievement Award. Ma'am is an avid writer and blogger on topics that combine business, psychology, philosophy, and spirituality. Ma'am also addresses many corporate, SME, and media industry forums and has served as a jury panelist at various prestigious awards. Ma'am, I now request you to please come on dais and let us all give us a warm welcome to ma'am. Can we welcome ma'am with a huge round of applause, please?
Okay, am I clear? Want me to shout any louder? So guys, thank you for having me out here. Absolute honor to be at Indira. This is the first time I'm coming over here. Amazing campus, Shefali. Thank you so much for coordinating. From the time she met me at the Indies Award, she's been in touch. Fabulous coordination of the students. They were more stressed than me. I was almost getting stressed because of them, especially when we were turning under the pass over there. But I'm just thrilled I'm here today, and it's such an honor to be a chief guest. With all the accolades that you talked, I thought I'm getting a Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank God I'm not, because then it's time to retire. So now, I love the topic. I mean, the fact that I came for the 10th Brand Slam Summit. So being a person who's worked in companies like Walt Disney Group, Percept, having created iconic IPs like Sunburn, I know the power of an IP. Okay, I know transactional business and I know IPs. And I know that when you create an IP like Brand Slam, if you don't mind, can I have that light off? Can't concentrate. When you have
something like a Brand Slam Summit, and we were talking about it, 10th year running. It is an intellectual property. And it is something that goes beyond just this event. I know this because you may dismantle a sunburn. The sunburn is in your blood. It never goes away, right? So, and the fact that we are on Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav theme, I'll come to that as to why I'm really happy I'm here this year and not the 9th or the 8th year, because this is very relevant and very special for me. So the topic was very interesting, changing paradigms for building brands. Okay, so what exactly is a paradigm? It's a set of assumptions, ideologies, viewpoints, cultures, everything we grew up with. I don't need to explain to you what a paradigm is, but if you look at 8 billion people on the planet today, 8 billion people, if you have a unique DNA, your DNA doesn't replicate anyone else's DNA, you have 8 billion paradigms. And me as a marketer and everyone who got an award here today is struggling with 8 billion mindsets. When we talked, Sir talked earlier about, paradigm shifts. I'm not even going to touch technology today. I think I'm going to go something a little more primeval, because being a student of psychology, coming from the old school, from the X generation, where we didn't have ChatGPT, we didn't have technology, we didn't even have a laptop, we didn't have cell phones. We struggled, but we understood the psychology of people. And it is in our time, actually it's our generation that gave you the iPhones, etc. It's during our tenure, we came with some of the longest standing brand campaigns that no matter what technology you use, see, remember, technology is an enabler, but the fundamentals of marketing and human thinking never change. That's how simple it is. So don't get so carried away when you see a ChatGPT or you see a bar or you see something. Ultimately, understand your consumer. What's really happening out there? Why is this paradigm shift happening? Let's go to the basics of what a human being is all about. So every human being has a paradigm. That's the framework from which he sees the world, right? But you have a problem. I say 4 generations coexisting, but if I'm in Disney, a company like Disney, I'm not exactly 4 generations. I'm actually dealing with 5 generations. I'm also dealing with an infant, a newborn child, because a Disney product is also on a feeding bottle. My real challenge is not the technology. Technology is just a step forward from my marketing campaign. It's just a tool I'm using. I think the tool is really not as important as understanding the consumer psyche. It's moving from my product paradigm to a consumer paradigm. You have the baby boomers who come after World War II, who see massive industrialization. The first set of goods are coming out. They're very tough in their way of thinking, and the only kind of marketing that worked at that time was push marketing. Every ad that you saw in the 60s and 70s was about buy this, buy this, buy this, buy that. And you know what? That's the instruction that works best with them. Pull marketing doesn't work with them. Then you have our generation that comes in. We are called the latchkey generation. Why are we called the latchkey? Because by now, women are entering the workforces. Most of our mothers had started working. We use the key to enter our homes. Nobody was there to open the home. You have more disposable income coming in. You have, this generation is quite brand loyal also to some extent, very self-reliant. You have double income coming in. They are getting used to seeing divorces happening in their households. So do you see how their mind is now working? Very different from the earlier generation. You come to the millennials now. Freedom, flexibility, digital, technology. I think by the time they were in the womb of their parent, they were already understanding technology. However, the previous generation has adapted very quickly from having no television, no radio, no technology, to being one of the fastest adapters of technology. But these guys are getting less and less brand loyal. However, things that impact planet Earth, going green, being Black Lives Matter, this is important to this generation. They are willing to pay money, extra money, to pay for a product that saves planet Earth. The previous generations won't. They'll still be very conjuice with their money. Now, how are you going to market? You're dealing with all these guys, right? And then you have your generation. Wow, really good with technology. And now a very interesting phenomenon is happening. very, very interested in financial marketing management. For the first time, unlike previous generations, this is a generation that's interested in how to make money smartly. Your parents and your grandparents slogged for hours in an office. You're the kind of generation that's going to turn around and say, why be stupid? I want to start my business. I want to make money quickly, and I want to go and chill in Bermuda on the beach at the age of 28. As a marketer, I'm dealing with these challenges. And if I'm handling an infant product, I also have alpha generation that is right behind you and very earth conscious and very aware. You will have one generation thinking Black Lives Matter and another generation being the cause of the problem, which is selling the same product to them. Going back, there are two more triggers that are creating this paradigm shift. You have technology, great enabler. When we came out, we didn't even have cell phones. You know, when a product launched in America, it came to India, I don't know, maybe 10 years later. Now, within 10 minutes, we are aware of ChatGPT, we're aware of every product, every service, every solution out there. So I call technology the great enabler, the great disenabler, dispenser, etc. And then you have competition. When we were young, you had one toothpaste, no brand extensions. You had one Colgate, one Dabur, and I just went and picked one of the two. And now if I go to a mall, I get shocked. A brand, 1,000 sub-brands, I don't know another sub-brands of that, and I am so scared, I don't know what to pick. You know, there's something with charcoal, something with cement, something with clay, and they're supposed to clean my teeth. And that's damn scary for me, right? So, I'm still in the marketing game, and I came out of a generation that didn't even know this, but I'm telling to you all, right? These three, according to me, I'm sure there'll be 1,000 more reasons, but as a marketing person out there, I know these are my greatest challenges and the dynamics. These are the paradigms I'm trying to comprehend, let alone trying to tackle. Okay, so what makes for an enduring brand? I've worked with a brand like Disney many years ago when Disney entered the country, an iconic brand. Okay, now this is very interesting. When in the late 90s, I was working with the Walt Disney Group, I was with the Consumer Products Division. We would very excitedly look at the top 10, the top 10 rankings globally that would come out. There weren't too many rankings and forums like this. Always in the top 5 in the 90s, globally, you would have Walt Disney, you would have Coca-Cola, you would have IBM, some of the others would go on changing, and you'd have Kodak. I just took two names in this. One of them hits the 100th year this year and is doing brilliantly and is one of the most iconic brands. In 1923, 16th October, Walt Disney created what you now know as Mickey Mouse, but it was originally called Mortimer Mouse. Mortimer was a very fuddy-duddy name, so you made it Mickey. That was cool, right? Cool in that time. And you went Kodak, sometimes overtaking Disney and sometimes behind. What happened to Kodak? Top 3 brands in the world. They only made one mistake. They didn't shift as consumers shifted. Ironically, the people who approached Sony later actually went to Kodak first because they were leaders in obviously print photographs, right? And they said, move from print to digital. And they laughed the idea away. And they said, no, people need printed photographs because they need it for nostalgia, for emotions, they want albums. What happened? People changed, the brand didn't change. Kodak is nowhere in the list today, struggling, grasping, trying to reinvent themselves. Disney, I think amongst the many years between the 90s and now, has only had 2 years where it's had revenue losses. And they adapted and they adapted. They brought in Marvel. If you look at the Disney princesses, you looked at the earlier princesses, she needed help. She needed a Prince Charming to come and kiss her and wake her up and take her away. Now, if you told that to a girl, Disney would pretty much collapse, right? I mean, what are the princesses like Moana and Frozen? What do they say? Hey, I don't need a guy to save me. I saved myself. And I'll save the guy while doing it, right? The girls in this room? Yay! Thank you. I think we are talking examples of that. But with no disrespect to the guys, you get where I'm coming from. It's a more equalized world, right? No offense. So, What makes for an enduring brand? I just took these quick examples of brands that I worked with. I mean, Kodak was a synergy partner of Disney. What has made one endure and not endure? Did it adapt to the changing times? Did it change perceptions of community like Disney? It changed the very essence of the princess, who was the central figure of their movie business, right? Did it create a community? Did it foster a change in society, bring about attitudinal changes? Did it engage the right audience? Are we dealing with the right set of women today, the right set of children today? The consumers changed. If I don't change, my brand becomes extinct eventually. Did it future-proof itself? Did the strategies future-proof themselves? Did it help a cause? And most importantly, you may be a great brand, but if you're not adding money to your bottom line quarter on quarter, as we very much understood with the layoffs that are happening right, left, and center, and even today morning there is an announcement of 4 layoffs happening in another company. If you don't make money, you have no business being in business, correct? Okay. So, who are the game changers according to me? You need to have, as a brand marketer, as a marcom person, have a new perspective every day. You know, I've been with about 8 companies so far. Most of them I was with, including brands like Disney, 2 to 4 years, and I left, right? Because somewhere I just wanted to move on to a new challenge. It's like she said, initially you are trying to find yourself in this whole journey. And then I stayed on with Percent for 16 years plus. Why? Because all of these attributes that you can see out here, risk takers, fearless, dreamers, learning and unlearning became the way we woke up every morning, and whenever a message reached me from the CMD saying there's a meeting, I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna either kill a company today, we're gonna create a brand today, or I don't know what the hell we're gonna do. There's gonna be a merger or acquisition or something happening today. And that pretty much explains why we're the only agency left in India, only one left, that is not being bought out by any company and any MNC till today. The only Indian indigenous company still standing today. Because we did all of this and we did it fearlessly. We encourage new ideas. One of the things that I remember in a Disney, in a Percept we used to have is, there's a concept, you have entrepreneurs and you have employees, and then you have entrepreneurs. You allow your employees to work like entrepreneurs. So another history we had was most of the people who left Percent, the highest number of successful entrepreneurs in the entertainment media space actually come out from Disney. They don't come from even a lot of my ex-companies like O&M, etc. The entire culture of thinking, working, and taking risks. And you know, we encouraged it. Even if you failed and you lost money, it didn't matter. You were just learning from that failure every single day. Failure was just an event, it didn't define you. We focused on product to consumer paradigm. That was something we did all along. And we were focused on building a new world. I'm going to run through a lot of videos and films to help you understand how different global brands did that. There are millions of ways in which you can change your paradigm, change your product, and take your product to the next level. I'm just going to focus on 4 or 5 areas because of paucity of time, because this is an entire module by itself. Let's look at building a brand community, something that most of us have done. What is a community? A community is a subset of people everywhere. When I talked of paradigms, I talked about having a framework, like women will have a certain way of looking at things. Alpha generation is a way of looking at things. You know, people living in the US or a certain part of the US from certain religious, cultural, ideological backgrounds have a certain way of looking at everything. Your community is everywhere. All you need to do is listen. Are you listening to your consumers? Most of the time, we're so focused on selling a product, we never really listen. We talk of digital era. How many brands actually listen when consumers write back to them on Twitter? Maybe some of us as marketers push them back and say, no, we're right. We know what we're selling to you. Eventually, you do become the Kodaks and the Blackberries of the world if you don't listen to your consumers. Listen, engage, and act. There are 3 types of engagement you can have with your community. Support. Do you remember the Ice Bucket Challenge? Supporting ALS. How many of you all participated in it? Not too many, I can see. Okay, it was a very big thing in 2014, 15, etc. It was basically created to support ALS, which is a disease, Pete Trates, who was a soccer player who was suffering from that, his teammate came about saying, either dump a bucket of ice on your head or support the cause. It was one of the first viral campaigns fought on because many people wanted to support something good. And like I said, the older generations may say, why am I giving money? He should have had his own money. Younger generations say, no, we're a community. There's a difference with the next set of generations coming in. It's all about community. You belong to a global world. You're not separate from the person sitting next to you. Affinity is gender. Gender can be an affinity. Women bond with each other, which is an example I'll run now. And of course, ideas, like crowdsourcing is an idea, right? Articulate your goals and obviously identify the social ecosystem. When we do Sunburn in Goa, we look at Goa. You adapt to the local culture there. You don't go and trust your culture on them. You work closely with them, you give back to the social system. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to look at a brand like Nike. Right now, Nike is in the top few brands in the world. It's interesting because Nike was also a partner in Disney, and they were one of, with due respect to them, if anyone in Nike is sitting here, they were a little stubborn. Many years ago, I remember in the 90s, there were rumors of child labor being employed in Nike. And I remember at that time, this was the late 90s, and one of the biggest revenues we got in Walt Disney consumer products was from Nike. Child labor and Disney don't go too well. And overnight, Disney took one of the toughest decisions of letting go of Nike, millions of revenue gone, but there was no way we were going to be affiliated with that kind of brand equity. Nike has learned from its lessons. It said, no, we don't use child labor, photos leaked out. You see, it was the world now of digital media. You couldn't hide. Over a period of time, Nike learned through the mistakes. A lot of brands have actually learned through their mistakes of not listening to consumers to become one of the companies that really listens to consumers. So there was a problem that Nike was facing where all their products were selling. The sportswear, the athletic wear, swimwear, everything was selling. But with the female target audience, it's very popular with women, the running shoes were not selling. And no matter how much they went out and they looked at spreadsheets and they looked at papers, they just couldn't understand what was a paradigm that they were not able to break through. And being Nike, they have to get to the bottom of it. So, let's go to this movie and really understand what was going wrong. Can we run the film, please?
Within the female running community, Nike wasn't seen as a credible choice for serious runners. In fact, most female runners wore Nike from head to ankle, but found it hard to commit to wearing Nike on their feet. We also uncovered the truth that when women ran, they ran alone. They were left to overcome their fears and achieve their goals by themselves. To us, this seemed at odds with women's natural inclination to discuss, share, and overcome barriers together. In light of this, our idea was simple. As a female runner, you're far stronger and more powerful when you're part of a group than you could ever be as an individual. There is true power in numbers. We use this thought to ignite a community of female runners, empowering them to redefine their sport and change the way they train forever. We started our conversation through social media with a rally cry for change, stimulating chat around the barriers women face. It was during this conversation that we realized we needed to tackle the biggest barrier of all, running alone at night. We began by recruiting women who already had the courage to run in the dark. We received hundreds of responses from women whose stories inspired an online short film.
And the more of us that run, the brighter we can burn.
Next, we challenged our community by announcing that we would hold a 13K night race for female runners. The film also acted as a registration device that could be personalized to every runner and passed on to their friends, celebrating grassroots runners across gyms, online, in-store, print, and outdoor, which in turn inspired other women to join the movement. Every piece of communication incorporated an invitation to a mini women's only run club.
Hey, I'm Daniela.
I'm Bryce.
I'm Veronica.
If you're interested in night running, then come for a run with us at Piedmont.
allowing women to not only train for the 13K run, but connect with other women along the way, trying to unite female runners at every touch point, enabling them a way to share their stories, goals, and achievements. Race night became a celebration. For one night, women turned the tables on the dart. We smashed down our own barriers too, exceeding all expectations and KPIs. For us, this demonstrates the power of a culturally connected idea, one that helps a community to form, shifts perceptions, and ultimately changes how people interact with a brand. We set out to shake up running for women and sparked a movement that unleashed a powerful, thriving community, a community that's still running.
So Nike, she runs the night. See, like I said, you may have all the modern technology, but unless you don't get into the mind, the psyche of your consumer, no technology is going to help you. Technology, I always tell students and my colleagues, it is only an enabler. First, listen to the consumer. It was as simple as women's fear of running alone in the night. That's the only reason why shoes were not selling, okay? Now, the best part about Nike, she runs the night, it's become an IP. And what they realized, typically what happens with an IP is you move into brand extensions when it's successful. It's an annual IP, the run is held. It was something that was carried out all across the world. And they got into areas like Nike deodorants, because you look at brand extensions that match athletics. They tied up with sportswear and shoe wear with Michael Jordan. They came out with, they tied up with Apple, and they came up with Nike co-branded earpods, everything to do with running. And this has become an IP that's worth a lot of money, right? So that's what you call a paradigm shift. Now, let's look at celebrity association. Now, obviously, the minute you think brand, you think celebrity, you have Amitabh Bachchan endorsing Ambuja Cement, strength, makes sense. I don't need to get into what celebrity association is all about. You're a brand, you tie up with a celebrity, and you pretty much what? Because people idolize celebrities that work hard to reach where they are in life. They have a certain brand equity, which the minute a brand associates with them, you can piggyback on that brand equity and you can go from zero to something in no time at all. It's like that extra petrol that the car needs, okay? It inspires confidence. If you marry the right guy with the right, brand, you got it all going, okay? Now, I don't need to tell you what celebrity brand association is all about. Most brands do it. Some do it smartly, some don't do it very smartly. We were talking about technology a while ago, right? How technology can take it to the next level. We were talking about Google, Microsoft. Have any of you all heard about Microsoft Bing? Okay, so Bing is not, so this Microsoft Bing was actually the, the antecedent of Google. Way before Google came, there was a search engine developed by Microsoft called Bing, which is still very popular in the US. Still, I think about 62 million people in the US use Bing and Chrome side by side, and 66 million only use Bing exclusively. However, in Asia and in India, Bing never really caught on. It's really Google, Chrome, etc. that works now. Microsoft Bing, when they had entered the market, they needed to jump where every new competition was coming in, and they tied up with a celebrity, Jay-Z. Everybody knows Jay-Z? He was a lot bigger in those days. I'm going back in time, and when we talk of technology now, you should see how evolved the West was. Let's look at another film where Bing and Microsoft, where Bing and Jay-Z came together to launch Jay-Z's book that was coming out, and how they did it, what we call integrated marketing communications, how they did it from an entire 360-degree perspective to not only leverage themselves, but even leverage the celebrity. It was a win-win-win situation for everyone concerned, using a smart idea, getting into the mindset of the consumer, and using and employing every form of marketing technique and technology and medium out there. Can we go to the next one, please? Second one, third one.
Bing, Microsoft's search engine, came to us to drive trial of Bing search and maps and increase their relevance with a young audience. At the same time, we knew that Jay-Z would soon be launching his autobiography, Decoded. With one big idea, we harnessed this epic moment in pop culture, connected our client to a new demographic, and gave millions a reason to use Bing. We started by putting every page of Jay-Z's book out in the world, every day for a month, prior to the book's release. But the pages weren't just randomly placed. Every page's location was inspired by the story on each page, putting Jay-Z's entire biography in context. Fans could actually walk through Jay-Z's life, right where it happened, finding pages in 13 major cities in the US and abroad, searching for everything from huge iconic billboards to unique collectible items. And if the media didn't exist near Jay-Z's life landmarks, we created it, taking the campaign to places money just can't buy. Gucci made custom jackets stitched with a page. A Cadillac wrapped with pages paid homage to the birthplace of New York hip-hop. A page about Big Pimpin' covered the bottom of the Delano pool. Even a bronze plaque was installed in the Marcy Projects, where Jay-Z spent his childhood. We let the story on each page determine each location. The unique pages covered hundreds of thousands of square miles. And as they were unveiled around the world, Bing tied every element of the campaign together with an integrated online game that directed fans to each page on the streets. Clues to the page locations were released daily through Facebook, Twitter, and radio, and every day for a month, millions of people gathered to solve the latest clues, guiding them to the exact street locations on Bing Search and Maps, documenting and claiming the pages they found. The unique framework allowed anyone, anywhere, to walk the same streets and find a page. And over the course of the month-long campaign, they chased fame of their own, as they assembled the book digitally at bing.com/Jay-Z before the hardcover hit stores. Every single piece of the campaign was woven together with Bing technology to allow fans to experience his story. Average player engagement on our website was over 11 minutes. Jay-Z's Facebook followers grew by 1 million, and Decoded hit the bestsellers list for 19 straight weeks. Decode Jay-Z's success was covered by every major news outlet, every major cultural influencer. Even other celebrities weighed in. Bing became part of the pop culture conversation. And in only 1 month, Bing saw an 11.7% increase in visits, entering the global top 10 most visited sites for the first time, and earning 1.1 billion media impressions.
So you have association with celebrities, and you have smart association with celebrities through smart storytelling. To me, storytelling is a very big thing because coming from a background of advertising and basic communications and PR. Now let's look at course-related marketing. This is something very, very dear to me because this is something I really believe in, even at a personal level. Course-related marketing is something that all of you all relate to, right? We were talking about paradigm shifts in the world. The world as we, the old world as we knew it is disintegrating. You have a lot of issues that were part of culture and part of our sins, as I call it, of the past 2,000, 5,000 years, pretty much crumbling in front of our eyes, a little faster thanks to COVID. So when you hear about things like Black Lives Matter and women fighting for equal pay in Hollywood and Bollywood, more outspokenness, LGBTQ, issues that have been suppressed and repressed for too long out of fear, because there was no technology, finally coming up to the front, and brands sitting and taking notice of this and piggybacking on social cause. Now you can just go out there and sell a product, or I can look at my product and say, well, actually, my product sells to you guys, right? And most of you all would be believing and supporting, if not marching out there in some activist cause or the other, supporting a cause, right? Why don't I, as a brand, as a company, associate with a cause, an idea, a cause, try to bring about a change in society? Why don't I, the same money that I will just push into media saying buy, why don't I support a cause? Why don't I put my dollars and my rupees into a cause? Why don't I bring awareness to society? Why don't I bring about a change in the world? Even if I go down failing, at least I will go down in history books having supported a worthy cause. what happens when a brand goes into supporting a cause? It immediately improves, maybe at times decimates brand perception. That is a risk that one has to take. It cuts through the clutter very quickly. You can have 5,000 ads out there on television, and then you have a campaign coming out that suddenly supports the LGBTQ community. And it definitely, between the Y generation and the Z generation, you are together put 60% of the population today. All of y'all are supporting some cause or the other. It builds brand loyalty faster because my consumer is over here. And as brands were sold to their youth audience, like Sunburn, I know that that's where my market lies, right? So there's a term called rebel without a cause. These are the brands that piggyback on causes, and I would call them rebel with a cause. Now, again, we run another film. Do you remember the case of Colin Kaepernick? Anyone aware of Colin Kaepernick? The guy who refused to go stand up when the American national anthem was played. And it became a huge furor because you're supposed to stand, right? When we were all here and the anthem played, we all stood up. If somebody didn't stand up, what would happen in this room? This guy instead went down on his knee, and he's worth millions, right? He's one of the big stars out there in America. And with all this mayhem that was happening in America, he went down on his knee and he refused to stand up for the national anthem. And America went up in flames. There was one company that went against everything and supported this. And let's see what actually happened to the brand. Do you think the brand survived or the brand collapsed? Hey, this is America and they can be very vigilante when you don't stand up for the anthem. What do you think happened to this brand? Any idea? Okay, let's see. Let's go to the movie. Yeah, somebody gets that right.
Several people posting videos burning Nike shoes.
Nike is running straight into a political controversy.
People are so angry they're burning their own shoes.
Colin Kaepernick refused to stand during the national anthem, taking a knee to protest police brutality.
Nike revealed Colin Kaepernick as the face of its latest marketing campaign.
Believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything.
Is Nike taking a risk? They're not taking a stand.
Tonight, the first game of the new season, and Nike is running an ad featuring Colin Kaepernick.
If people say your dreams are crazy, good. Stay that way.
Most of this country was talking about this last night at their dinner table.
And I'm never buying another Nike product again.
Nike stock today dropping 3%.
Who's gonna win this cultural showdown of standing for the anthem?
Check this out. I went out today and bought me some Nikes.
I want to applaud Nike. Speak up, we're right behind you.
This thing is bigger than just the United States, and I think it resonates throughout the world.
Kaepernick asegura que es
Just do it.
The Nike stock reached an all-time high last Friday. I don't buy more Nikes now.
Nike's on the right side of history.
So don't ask if your dreams are crazy. Ask if you're crazy enough.
Like I said, technology is only an enabler. Are you understanding Gen Z today? Because Nike sells to this generation that believes in this cause. That's what you got to figure out first. Okay, now, what if I'm going now to the most basic? You know you guys have 5 senses, right? Taste, sight, touch, smell, hearing. What about everything else, right? I mean, this is what you're using even when I'm standing down. What if you get out of Indira and I send you into a market like Japan and I give you a challenge and I am a coffee brand and I tell you, you've got to sell coffee in Japan. And I need big sales because I'm an American company. And you know, what is the paradigm in Japan? Do they consume coffee? They're tea drinkers, right? Tea is a ceremony in Japan. And I'm from Indira and I've been told go and sell coffee. Wow. And I have big targets. And we know job losses are happening now. What do I do now? So therefore, maybe I don't worry about ChatGPT. I don't worry about technology. I study a human being who's sitting in Japan who has a culture of drinking tea, which his forefathers have been drinking for 5,000 years. And I bring about a basic change. But I use technology to play with his five senses. So you heard of the brand Dunkin' Donuts? Well, they sell donuts, but they also have tea, right? So now, let's just look at what they did, playing with the five senses. Let's go to the next one, please.
The capital of Korea, Seoul, is nicknamed the City of Coffee. There are over 200 Starbucks coffee shops and even more local cafes in Seoul. Even so, the coffee industry is still growing and competition between cafes is becoming even more intense. Dunkin' Donuts projects the image of a donut shop more so than a coffee shop. And as such, other places than Dunkin' most often come to mind when people are looking for a place to have coffee. Mission: encourage people to choose coffee at Dunkin' Donuts. The terrible traffic congestion in Seoul results in people commuting to work primarily via public transportation, on buses and subways. These people are busy, and so they stop by cafes on their way to work. How do we approach these people? Idea: release the aroma of coffee along with radio advertisements. After analyzing the Dunkin' Donuts jingle, we created a machine that releases a coffee aroma. The machine is triggered only by the sound of the Dunkin' Donuts jingle. This jingle was inserted at the top of the Dunkin' Donuts radio ad. When a Dunkin' Donuts ad plays on the radio, a coffee aroma is simultaneously released. Those who noticed the aroma while listening to the ad exhibited some surprised responses. Through positioning, when they exit at their bus stop, they see the Dunkin' Donuts shop in front.
Dunkin' Donuts. 어떻게 찾았어? 우와, 근데 어디 부스야? 향이 참 좋다. 그리고 유한페이는 던킨. 던킨 카페가 이번에 내리는 당신을 기다립니다.
They are much more inclined to make their stop at Dunkin'. Results: more than 350,000 people experienced the ad during the campaign. Visitors increased 16%. Sales of Dunkin' Donuts located by bus stops increased 29%. The ideal result is that people are now starting to think of Dunkin' Donuts when they think of their morning coffee. Coffee and donuts. Dunkin' Donuts.
And that's how we do a paradigm shift. An American company makes a paradigm shift in Japan. Okay, so now we're very quickly going to wrap this up in 5 minutes. I'm really eating into time of my next speakers. Future-proofing. Basically, everything that I was talking about, and a lot of technology, of course, is to basically achieve this. Future-proof your brand. If you look at brands like L'Oreal, for example, they've started moving away from animal testing because a lot of people don't buy products which are tested on animals. So 10 years ago, they started moving into areas like, see, you guys don't like animals being, cruelty-free, etc. So rather than trying to force you to buy a product, I just move away from there and I start going into plant patents. They have something very interesting called reconstructed biological tissue, where I don't even need to test on humans or animals. I have artificial skin that I use for testing my cosmetics. And I also, as a CSR, I give that skin to hospitals across Europe, which use it on burns victims. So you don't have to use skin grafts, which is a very painful process that a victim has to go through. L'Oreal is actually giving them these artificial skin, which is actually better than the actual skin taken from a patient, and so on and so forth. So a L'Oreal is now moving into areas where you will no longer, you can use green chemistry, you don't need to test on animals, you're using things like wind energy, solar energy, you're moving away from chemicals and carbon-based fuels within 10 years to ensure that they sustain. And in case you have competition like Body Shop, etc., who bought our Body Shop to ensure that they don't become competition? L'Oreal. Okay, so you're basically also taking care of the competition and you're acquisitioning brands well in advance. Now, let me come to my own company, and I'll just talk about me in like 5 minutes and talk about another brand we gave birth to. The only thing that I've heard in Percept, and that's maybe the only reason why we've survived and stood there for 39 years, we'll be 40 years next year and still not taken over by anyone, and I don't think the owner has any intention for anyone to take over, is change is the only constant. I've heard this every single day. If you look at the history of Percept, it started as a fledgling 3-person advertising agency somewhere at Narimanpur in Mumbai 39 years ago on a brand capital which he took from his father, 12,000 rupees, which literally ran out. When the company started out, it was called Perceptions, okay? But when they went to Times of India to put an ad with Times said, no, sorry, we can't take your ad. There's already another company called Perceptions. So he came back, no money to re-upload this thing. So you think on your feet, which he does very well, and he makes us do that every day, and which a lot of brands that have worked with us know we do. He took a blade and he cut off the IONS. And we became Percept. And the name stuck because Times of India accepted that ad. So that was good enough for us. So now, initially in the 80s when we started off, we were, if you remember, that was an era of very specialized advertising, financial advertising, mass advertising, and so on. So we were like the best in all those fields. Over a period of time, our consumers were clients, right? So when clients spoke and we said, no, we don't want specialized. We want 360 degrees. You give us PR, you give us events, you give us movies, you give us ads, you give us everything. No problem. We didn't have it, but we forced our employees, go run, start doing everything. The person who was doing advertising ran and became the PR person. The PR person became the ad film person. We were giving 360 degrees. So from specialized services, we moved to integrated marketing communications. The word IMC that you hear today, if you go back in history and you check the old newspapers, IMC was coined in the year 1993. There's actually a big story that's there in Times of India, where years later, when the Omnicom and WPP started using these words, okay? Suddenly, now what we call is, why are we giving, the Desh Ki Dhadkan campaign of Hero Honda and, coming home to see our and Born with the Best, Green and Taylor, were all our campaigns, longest running campaigns in India. But we came up with a brilliant idea. The clients didn't agree to it. We said every time, you can't do this turnkey process. Every time we give them the name to use, the tagline, you pay us 50 rupees. We were already thinking intellectual properties. Clients said, no way, we're not going to pay you 50 rupees. We're going to use this line. So we said, you know what, it's very exhausting being in transactional mode. Do a campaign, get out, do a campaign, get out. Nothing belongs to you. You have no asset. That's when, in the year 2000, we start moving to assets. We work in areas we're already experts at: films, movies, sports, and music festivals. And that's how Percept Pictures, which created 60 movies, in fact, the first animation Hanuman, some great movies we did with Madhu Bhandarakar, many won national awards. So you have Page 3, Corporate, Malamal Weekly, amazing movies. It's a big white elephant, obviously, when you're in the movie business. And Sunburn. I remember when I was sitting with the team discussing Sunburn in the year 2007, we did a lot of events. So Sunburn was just another event with PDM. And I said, hey, you know what, the culture is you have nothing to lose. At the most you lose money, what else? It started as a tiny little thing with 3,000 people attending in Goa. By 2012, so we had two IPs. We had Metal Fest, which did very well that year, and Sunburn that lost money. But in a country, we listen to the consumers. In a country where every 1,000 kilometers, the language changes, we realize one thing. It is better to have a music fest without lyrics than a music fest that has lyrics. We killed Metal Fest with a very heavy heart. It's very tough to kill a brand that has succeeded, and we kept Sunburn running. And there was no looking back after that. So what I'm going to do is, and now therefore IPs and assets have become the big thing. It's gone into brand extensions. I'm going to run a final film about our own story of changing paradigms. Now remember, in 15, 17 years ago when we started Sunburn, it was an era where you never had these kind of music festivals. You only had an A.R. Rahman concert, you had a Lata Mangeshkar concert, and youngsters were saying, what the F? I can't go to that, what my grandparents are going to. They wanted to go for these, but you can't afford going to Tomorrowland in Amsterdam. You're not going to go to Ultra and Coachella. So, hey, we brought it here to you. And we brought the biggest artists in the world to you. And we bled for the first 3 years. That is okay. We're doing very well, and I'll show you also where it's reached in the last week. So let's run the Sunburn film, which will tell you everything about 17 years of breaking the paradigm and losing our shirts at times when we did it.
Welcome to Sunburn, India's largest youth engagement platform. Sunburn is an idea that changed the way that the country's youth engaged with each other, with music, with brands. Heralded as Asia's biggest music festival, Sunburn is also India's largest live media asset, and today among the top 3 EDM festivals in the world. Today also recognized as one of India's top 100 brands, Sunburn engages audiences through the year with a variety of online and offline formats. The event calendar remains the largest in India, both in terms of scale and regularity. Sunburn in all has 5 event formats, led of course by the flagship festival in Goa. Held at the end of December every year, Sunburn Goa is today Asia's biggest musical festival by size. A massive year-end celebration drawing visitors from 52 countries. Sunburn Goa features the best artists from across the world, playing 7 stages spread across 20 acres of beautiful land in Badator, Goa. Sunburn Arena is the concert format, featuring headline artists playing large shows across major Indian cities. Home to India's biggest and best concerts, over the years Sunburn Arena has seen some record-breaking shows, such as Swedish House Mafia in Mumbai, Martin Garrix in Mumbai, Hardwell in Delhi, DJ Snake in Bangalore, and Dimitri Vegas like Mike in Delhi. Sunburn Campus is the college format. This covers the entire Indian college festival circuit, where Sunburn is definitely the most sought after brand. During the 2019-20 academic year, Sunburn took over 100 college festivals all across the nation. And finally, Sunburn Club is the nightclub format, dominating the club scene across the country with themed club shows featuring Indian and international acts. Over 100 club shows every year, with the numbers set to keep increasing. Moving away from the event formats, Sunburn also has a massive and highly engaged following across digital platforms. With over 5 million fans on social media, the Sunburn brand reaches over 300 million youngsters each year. Sunburn has hosted most of the world's top artists in India, with many of them falling in love with the experience and touring the country multiple times. Apart from this, Sunburn has also proved to be an ideal platform for connecting with youth for top Indian and international brands. Today, Sunburn is in the process of transitioning from live event brand to a true lifestyle brand. This is being achieved through a number of brand extensions. Sunburn F&B is a new vertical focused on premium outlets and experiences across the country. With 2 clubs already operational and a further 3 on the way, the Sunburn F&B business is already on a strong growth trajectory. Sunburn merchandise is expanding through a series of stylish licensed products, including watches from Fast Track, audio accessories with Boat, and apparel with Jack and Jones. A special co-branded Sunburn vodka with Radico Khaitan. Sunburn Radio hit the stations in February 2021 with a full takeover of Radio Indigo on Friday and Saturday nights, and is now also streaming digitally on JioSaavn. Sunburn TV kicked off in 2020 and has since featured exclusive streams under Sunburn at Home, throwback sets under Sunburn Rewind, and now a Sunburn fitness channel combining workouts with EVM. Finally, the Sunburn Academy saw light of day in early 2021 and has since taken off, with the introductory DJ courses being a massive success. More courses are now being added, like photography and videography. And so Sunburn has gone from being India's premier music festival to Asia's largest and also a desirable lifestyle brand. The future is bright, as long as the sun will continue to shine.
Okay, so this was a hard sell to Sunburn. And how many people have attended Sunburn? If you haven't, please go next year. Okay. Okay, so the good news is, so why did I put Sunburn as a thing there? Like I said, we are the only Indian company that's still not bought out. Last week, the DJ rankings, the DJ Mag rankings, which is the official rankings in the world, the global rankings came out. We are the only Indian music festival company to be featured in the 100 list that is up there. And we beat out some of the biggest names out there. Gone number 10. Okay, so India, everything else is US, UK, Spain, there's only 1 or 2 Asian brands up there. We beat out Lollapalooza, we beat out Park Burning Man, Balaton, some of the, these guys have been around longer than us. And hey, doing events in India is not easy, let me assure you. With the number of permissions we go through, we wait, okay? So, on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, I am exceptionally proud to be a part of this story. The very first press release I gave birth to, and as of yesterday, there was the other press release going out about how we are in the top 10. And it was such an amazing journey. I said if I had to retire at this moment, it would be my happiest moment. So as a person who imported international IPs, Disney, and international movies into the country, to now sending my Indian IP to stand at par in the world, that's really something. And that's the moment, you're proud to be part of it. So, just to wrap up, this is a beautiful Chinese proverb. Paradigm, right? The paradigms, the world is shifting like never before. I'm not so worried about technology. Technology, like marketing communications, is only an extension of the core idea. When your people are changing, when your target audiences are changing, when mindsets and paradigms are changing, the problem is, are you as a marketer changing? That's the only question. Move from product paradigm to consumer paradigm. Okay, so there are 3 things I would really say. Take risks. It's what we did throughout our lives at the set. Okay, my mathematics is very clear. If you take a risk, 50% you'll succeed, 50% you'll fail. And if you don't take a risk, there's only failure. Kodak and BlackBerry examples, okay? Second, consumer-centric. If Henry Ford looked at data and research and analytics and he asked people, what do you want? In those days, they would have said, I want a faster horse. But he gave them a car. Okay, Steve Jobs got a smartphone, right? Because I didn't know what a car was and I didn't know what a smartphone was till it came to me. So Don't live in your ivory towers. When we are at Sunburn, we actually, so we do have data, we do trend spotting, we bring the artists, basis the trends and the analysis we get. However, we also walk those acres on the ground and we talk to youngsters, we talk to the kids, we talk to you people when we come to college. So when you know me on Twitter and Facebook, I'm a different personality. When you actually talk to me over here, I might be a very different person. If I don't get into your mind psyche, how will I know if I have to give you a faster course? Or maybe what I need to give you is a brand new product, okay? And third, now you guys are gonna enter the work field, right? You know, I know a lot of people who come and complain, problem. Nobody wants to hire you because you're pointing out the problem. The boss already has a lot of problems, okay? Ask me, we live it every day, right? I mean, everyone's sitting here. Be the solution provider, otherwise don't be there. Be creative, think out of the box. In fact, today organizations are hiring, they're more than happy to hire young people because you come with that paradigm shift. So I can bring my wisdom, but you can bring those creative ideas that I can't even dream of. Together, we can make a paradigm shift out there. So remember, when the winds of change are already blowing, now you can either build a wall as a brand or you can build a window. So with that note, I thank you so much for your time.
From triple trigger to building brands and future proofing, ma'am, I'm sure that you have opened various perspectives for our audience to think upon. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable thoughts. It was definitely a great start to the event.
Well said, Mayuri. Couldn't have agreed more. Thank you, ma'am. Before Mayuri introduces our next speaker to you all, we would like to welcome Mr. Vincent Pinto, Senior Vice President, Sales and Marketing. Schindler sir has just joined us. May I request Targa ma'am and Chetan sir to please confer Marketing Excellence Award upon Vincent sir. May we please have you all three on stage, please. Mr. Vincent Pinto, ladies and gentlemen. Are you getting? Welcome, sir. Congratulations, sir. You may please have your seat. Thank you so much. I would also like you all to applaud for Mr. Advait Kurlekar, CEO, Upoman Management Consultants Private Limited. Sir is moderator of panel discussion that we are going to have in second half, so we are looking forward to it. Now over to you, Mayuri.
Thank you, Shikha. Moving forward, I would like to introduce you all to our guest of honor, Mr. Amit Thete, General Manager Sales Operations, Mercedes-Benz. In the year 2000, Sir joined Indian Army in the Regiment of Artillery as a short service commissioned officer. But to join Mercedes-Benz India, Sir quit his army journey as Major Amit Thete in 2006. Sir headed marketing function as National Head of Marketing for the brand for 6 years till 2021 and is currently heading the function of sales operation. Let's hear a huge round of applause for Sir. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks Sangeeta for a powerful presentation. I think that was a good refresher for me as a marketer. Can I have a slide changes? Yeah. Thank you. So, in next around say 20 odd minutes, I'm going to just quickly talk about the brand Mercedes-Benz and what all we do to ensure that we remain in the mind of our customers. Before moving there, first of all, I would also like to thank Chetan sir and Tarita ma'am for inviting me here, and RTS congratulations for the 10th Grand Slam. It's a fantastic event, and I would look forward to joining this in the years to come also. So RTS congratulations to you. So before going to the brand, I actually had put one slide for my introduction, but I think it has already been taken. So I'll be very quick, maybe 10 seconds I'll spend on this. So you saw that already introduced that my journey started with Indian Army in the Regiment of Artillery. After that, in 2006, I joined Mercedes-Benz in the vertical of marketing. I headed the function for 6 years, and it's been 1.5 years that I shifted as to try something new. I'm heading sales operations. Apart from my corporate journey, I'm an athlete. I'm an avid runner. I have completed 3 Ironmans. I'm a biker. I'm a swimmer, and of course, a family man. You can see my daughter and my wife on the screen. So, going to the brand now. So, what I've written is welcome to the world of cars. As rightly said by Farida ma'am, that the brands are not built in a day. It's a 365 days round the clock process, and so is true with the brand Mercedes-Benz as well. In the right now, we are present in India for more than 30 years, and we are leading the market for past 8 years. This doesn't come very easily. There are a lot of efforts which are putting through day in and out, and as you say that every day there is something or the other which comes as a challenge to us, and we have to fight back to retain that leadership position as a brand, as a leading brand. The brand Mercedes-Benz dates back to year 1886. So the picture that you see on the screen is the first automobile in the world. This is called as Benz patent motor wagon. Okay, so Carl Benz basically made this vehicle in the year 1886, though he never drove it. He was worried that that time people would not accept, because there were all horse carriages, and people were scared about any kind of different concept about mobility. So there is a lot about 130 plus years of heritage of Mercedes-Benz, and since then, today if we see, the kind of technology that goes in the car, we have been able to maintain the brand ethos for the Mercedes-Benz brand. 1886, when this vehicle was made, as I said, Carl Benz couldn't drive it, but his wife was very adventurous. So Bertha Benz, along with her 2 sons, in 1888, 2 years after this patent motor wagon was made, without telling her husband, she took it out for a drive. 104 kilometers this vehicle was driven, with a lot of challenges in between. The vehicle broke down, she ran out of fuel, and also there were people who were against it. People were scared about it. And this journey is very nicely captured in a very short film. I would like you to first see the film, and then I proceed further. Sound, please.
pharmacist in here? I'm looking for 10 liters of Ligroin.
You won't get those stains out of that dress. They look like a new one.
It's not for my dress. It's for my carriage.
Are you trying to poison your horses?
Do you have 10 liters or not?
Yeah, so you saw the AV and the place where the car was repaired for the first time using a hairpin is called as the first service station of the world, where she fueled up the vehicle is the first fuel station of the world. Most important thing to note here is the first ever driver of any automobile in the world was a woman. And a big round of applause for all the women in the audience. Yeah. So coming to today, now, in this 137 years, there is a lot of progress that has happened in terms of, change in the automobile technology. Overall, how we look at the vehicles, they have become much more faster, technologically advanced. At the same time, there is a lot of effort that has been taken to keep the brand at its place. And today, I am very proud to say that, with this market leadership for past 8 years, it speaks very highly about how we have been successfully able to do that. So India as a market gets all the latest products from the globe to launch in this country. Now, even though market size is small, looking at the kind of success that we have from all our customers and the support that we have, to name a few, the first ever electric vehicle, which is the top-end electric vehicle, was launched in India outside Germany. The first ever GLS, which is the biggest SUV that we have, was locally produced in India outside Germany. So there are many such firsts about brand Mercedes-Benz, and it all is possible only because people look up to the brand, and that is a very that's an ongoing journey for us all this while. Now coming to our forefathers, why have I put this slide is you should know that Gottlieb Daimler and Carl Benz, these were two engineers. They work separately. Apparently in their life they never met. However, they had one thing in common in their philosophy is being the best. So whatever you do, you have to do in the manner that the end customer, the end result is always the best. Now, I always say that, the brand is not built only by the marketeers. The security guard who's sitting outside at the main gate, to the MD of the company and the ultimate touch point, which is the sales consultant who hands over the vehicle to the end customer, they all form a part of this brand building. Even the smallest of the communication or a WhatsApp message that you write to your customer has to be thought about, and that is what gives a good perception about the brand. So please do remember that brand building is not only a marketer's job, it's a job of everybody who's working for the brand. So these two gentlemen, their philosophy, we imbibe that into our day-to-day work, and it is true for our operations all these years. Quickly now, why Mercedes and who was Mercedes? So there was one French businessman. His name was Emil Yelnik. He was a race enthusiast. He used to love the racing cars, and he approached Carl Benz and Gottlieb Daimler. Told them to, can you make a car for me? I want to win a race. So they created a car for him, and he won the race also. His condition was, I will sponsor, I will fund your vehicle making, but it should be named Mercedes because that's my daughter's name. And Mercedes means grace in French, and that is how the name came to the brand. And these two gentlemen loved this name, and then from there, the brand name of Mercedes came into picture. So that is what, how the history of Mercedes-Benz runs. Now I'll talk very quickly about, I'm not going to take much time on this, but you should know that, for having a strong foothold of a brand, there needs to be a lot of diversity in terms of, what all we do. So Mercedes-Benz as a brand is present into the vertical of commercial vehicles, passenger cars, as well as, financial services. Different brands you see at the bottom. AMG is our performance brand. This is more towards, all the, very highly, performing vehicles, as well as, some of you might be seeing the Formula 1 also. So that's about AMG. Maybach is about luxury brand, the top end vehicles. EQ is our latest electric vehicles offering, and then rest of the brands in terms of commercial vehicles as well as financial institutes that we have. In India, we started our journey in 1954 with Tata Truck as Tata Benz. Then with Force Motor, our association was in 1961 with Tempo Traveler, where we used to provide them engines. In 1994, we shifted to Chikli, which is around 15 kilometers from here, and there we started assembly of our vehicles. That time we used to sell very few cars. In 1996, MDRDI was found. MDRDI stands for Mercedes-Benz Research and Development India. At Bangalore, this facility is there, which hosts around 6,000 odd employees. One thing you should know and one thing you should be extremely proud about is the R&D which happens at Bangalore for Mercedes-Benz supports the global production of all the cars. So we can say that every Mercedes that runs any part of the world has India into it, and that's a very, very proud moment for us, and we speak about it. In year 2008, we shifted to our new facility at Klapan, and 2014 we started the commercial vehicles. Sorry, the slides have got slightly distorted, so you can't see the full figures. So that's how our journey in India is. This is our plant. We host around 1,000 odd employees. Some point of time, if you guys are passing by, give me a buzz. Maybe you would like to see the plant. It's quite interesting to see how the cars are assembled. Make in India is also, something that we support wholeheartedly. So most of the parts come from, say, USA and Germany, and locally, they are basically assembled using local productions with, say, SM Auto and Force Motor, so on and so forth, where engine assembly happens, seats are made, and all put together with this localization of final product, that is a car which is, put into the place. Quality is extremely important. As I said, that if you really want to maintain the face of your brand, the product has to be immaculate. So if you deliver a car and the car is not working, there is something wrong with the AC, something wrong with some other thing, you will never like it and you will start saying that, what a rubbish brand. That shouldn't happen. All quality checks. India, a facility of Mercedes-Benz was rated as the best facility for consecutive 3 years, and across the globe. That practice has stopped now, but even if today, if it restarts, I am very sure that Indian local assembly facility will be rated the best facility, and that is how, the focus on the quality is always maintained. Around 150,000 odd vehicles are running on the Indian roads. We have different categories. You must have seen all these vehicles on the road. sedans, SUVs, as well as performance cars. Latest offering maybe EQS 580, which is the top end electric vehicle with close to 700 plus kilometers range in one charge. Again, it's a pinnacle of luxury, and if given a chance, you should definitely see and drive this vehicle. There are some vehicles which are also imported, in the different categories, and I would say that more importantly, these are this is our dream car range. So the vehicles like Maybach or GLS Maybach or G63 that you see, usually these are in talks because if you go on Insta any point of time, a lot of Bollywood is behind these cars, and many celebrities you will find, industrialists and these film stars utilizing these vehicles. So that is why we call it as a dream car, and a lot of people dream about owning them. So it is a very emotional connect. So it's not only a product, but it's a completely emotional buy from the brand point of view. I'm just going to brush on this. You should know that in the entire automobile industry, luxury car market is only 1%, and Mercedes-Benz is a leader into the market with around say 45% of market share in the. And this is for past 8 years. Once again, I'm saying that past 8 years, a lot of efforts have gone into it. Many first, I'll just skip this, but a lot of efforts have gone into doing this, maintaining the number one position in the market. We have come up with a lot of innovative ideas in terms of changing our business model. Change is extremely important for remaining at the forefront. Also, apart from that, introduction of different type of vehicles. The way our cars used to look even 5 years ago, they don't look the same now. They are completely different. They are much more modern, and that is the key to success for remaining at the top position as far as the brand is concerned. Key brand, focus topics for us. First of all, I just spend like a minute on this slide. Always think and deliver luxury. So, as I mentioned, I gave an example of a security guard to the managing director and sales consultant. You have to always think that whatever I'm doing, is it right from the brand point of view? Maybe, calling a customer late in the night, how does it sound? Or, not answering somebody's call or a message for maybe say 10 hours. What effect it has ultimately on the customer? And customer is not also the end customer, somebody whom you are answerable to, or somebody, even this goes in your personal life, your friend is calling you and you're not answering, doesn't reflect very good on you, right? So, luxury, am I really delivering the luxury as am I expected to? That's one thing. Of course, reach out to newer set of people, expand the market, try to talk to different people, try to get these people into your brand. That's the second important aspect of the key focus. Of course, customer satisfaction at the forefront. It is the most important thing. Whatever it needs to be done to ensure that your end customer is happy, that needs to be done. So that's the third one. And of course, embracing the customers again, their requirements, thinking about them, putting yourself into their shoes is extremely important. Electric vehicles I already spoke about, and one of the most important factors that we focus upon globally is sustainability. So sustainability can be in alternate fuels, sustainability can be into data protection, data security. Also, maybe the work-life balance. All these things are extremely important for any brand to sustain and maintain its position. So again, it is a combination of many factors that how a brand can be successful. Different type of representation of the brand. So what you see at the bottom, these are sub-brands of the brand Mercedes-Benz passenger cars. So AMG, as I mentioned, is called as performance luxury. Okay, then you have Maybach, which is the top-end vehicle, is sophisticated luxury. Then you have modern luxury, which are our regular passenger cars. Then G-Wagon, which is basically the performance vehicle, which is adventurous luxury, and electric as a brand. So what I'm trying to say here with this slide is the brand also has different legs through which it tries to connect to the different set of customers, this different set of target audiences with different offerings. So it's not that one solution fits all. So somebody who's really interested into a very luxurious vehicle, we have an offering. Somebody who's a complete race enthusiast, we have another offering like an AMG. Somebody who wants to be very adventurous, we have maybe a G-Wagon to offer him. So brand needs to be flexible. Your product offerings need to be flexible, and that we need to keep in mind again to remain in the mind of customers. Otherwise, the brand becomes redundant. So that's extremely important in terms of the product offerings. Sustainability, I already spoke about. There is a lot that the brand does for the community, for from the environment point of view, from the culture point of view. So trust me, there is a lot which is happening from the brand Mercedes. Won't spend much time on that. And I think I already come to my last slide. I'll spend another 2 minutes on this, wherein once again just stressing upon what I mentioned is, if you really want to build a brand, if you really want to remain in the mind of your consumers, your customers, you need to be extremely flexible. You need to move along with the time. You need to develop on your products. Technology is extremely important. Appeal of the product and the relevance to the end customer is extremely important. That comes with your aesthetics and the development of the vehicle. And lastly, sustainability. I already spoke about sustainability in all verticals of the business is extremely important. So with this, I would just like to mention that whatever you do, just do it with a lot of passion. You should be passionate about any brand that you work in future, and try to deliver what the customer wants. That's the most important and the simplest thing about the brand. If you are doing your work properly, and if you are addressing all the requirements that your customer needs, your brand will always shine. So with this note, I wish all of you a very bright future, and thanks again for inviting me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for briefly taking us through the history of the brand Mercedes as well as its journey in India. Thank you so much, sir. Proceeding further, I would like to introduce you all to our next guest, Mr. Alok Kedia, Head Business Banking, Education and Agri, IndusInd Bank. Sir is a CA with 25 years of experience in MNC as well as private banks in India. Sir holds diverse industry background with exposure to general management, client relationship, business development and credit. Sir has handled various corporate client segments such as large segments, mid-market segments as well as SMEs. Sir has a proven track record of setting up and building businesses. Sir, I request you to please come on stage and address our audience. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sir, please?
Meanwhile, please allow me to welcome another guest for second half, one of our panelists who have joined us, Mr. Raj Chilkapati, Lead Solution Architect, Amazon Web Services India Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Over to you, Alok, sir.
I just request you to please keep the spotlight away. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tarita. Thank you, Professor Chetan, for inviting me to be here and share my thoughts with you all. First of all, let me give you a disclaimer. I'm not a marketing guy, so I'm a hardcore business and finance and risk guy. So I have very little idea about branding and communications and stuff like that, and marketing. So, but so when I last evening when I got the topic to speak on from the institute and I saw that it's about branding, I was little scared and reserved as to what to say because I've never done branding or marketing or communication. But then I thought since I had committed, I have to speak about something. So I don't have any presentations also. I make a very poor presentations as well. So what I'm going to speak about is I'll share my thoughts and experiences on personal branding, right? And this is something which is going to be very important and crucial in your. I'm just moving away from this thing spotlight. So I'm going to speak about personal branding, as I said, which is going to be very crucial for each one of you as you move forward in your career, whether it's in a job or a business of yours. So what I've done is basically I just while coming down from Bombay, I just jotted down a few points which I'm going to speak about. I've just jotted down on my mobile. So I just touch upon corporate branding also, since I've spent so many years in the corporate world. So typically, how you build a brand for yourself. I mean, I'm talking about the corporates. Okay, there are three things. Even with my limited knowledge on branding, what I feel is that three P's basically, on which an organization creates its brand. First is people, okay, and which is what I'm going to talk about in detail subsequently. It's the people actually, as Amit also mentioned, it's the people actually who actually build the best brands for their organizations, right? Second is the product, of course. If the product quality is good, of course it conveys a brand. And then the process, which includes servicing also. The kind of process that you have in your organization, the kind of servicing that you do for your customers, it conveys a brand image. Next, I'm going to speak about personal branding, as I said. First and foremost is how you conduct yourself. How you conduct yourself with the external world. Mostly it's going to be your partners and customers, right? So in the process you also build the brand for your organization. But since I'm talking more about your own personal brand and image, the way you communicate, the way you help, and the way you actually deal with your customers and associates creates a brand for yourself. Okay, let me tell you a very important thing over here. There's a saying which goes like this, that people buy people. Have any one of you heard this thing? People buy people. B-U-Y, not buy, not B-Y, but B-U-Y. People buy people. So mostly what happens is even though it is not visible, okay, mostly customers take decision on buying a product, okay, based on the people they are dealing with, not the organization they are dealing with. It's your personal branding, personal conduct that actually influences most of the time any buying decision. Amit is not here probably since he is from this industry. So always think from customers' perspective. Put yourself in customers' shoes. Right. So not only it will help you grow as a salesperson, okay, it will also create a brand for yourself. Many times I have seen in my career also, I've seen even youngsters also, they get very frustrated by the demands from the customers. Yes, many customers you will find very demanding, very fussy about some things. At times very irate, at times very khadus also. Let's put it this way. And we come across such customers. But you have to actually deal with them without getting frustrated, right? The other thing is how you create your branding is also you have to sell yourself within the organization. Sell yourself in the organization, right? Your performances, your thoughts. Okay. So of course, I mean, we have seen people, let's say, taking credit of others' work also. I'm not talking about that, but genuinely what you are doing, what your thoughts are, sell yourself in the organization, and that's how actually you create your own brand. Otherwise, many people don't get to know you as a person or as a professional, right? I've also seen people actually, some people, I mean, they feel that, boss, why should I sell myself? They feel that only the sales guy can sell themselves. No. If you rise in a career, you have to sell yourself, sell your performances. So how do you sell? Of course, I mean, share your thoughts with the people around, maybe your bosses, within your teams, within your peer group. You have to come out of that comfort, that zone and start talking about yourself also. The next point is how to build your own branding within the, and also, I mean, I just forgot to mention. See, when you build your image or brand within the let's say with the customers or within the organization, okay, you are in the process also building a brand for yourself in the market. And we all know, I mean, we all change jobs, right? We get offers from other organizations. People will come to know about you in the market also, in the industry that you are working, right? And of course, you all know, I mean, you get the advantage of that. Next is how you conduct yourself within the people, within the organization, with the people in the organization. Yeah. See, see, in today's world, when we are working, we are never working alone, right? We are always dependent on other people. We can't finish a job just working alone on our own, right? So you will have to deal with many people. So how you deal with your with the people that you come in contact with is very important. And let me tell you, people may not, I mean, talk in front of you, but they form an opinion. Whenever you are engaging or interacting with any person, you are creating an impression, okay, and people then talk about you, and that travels within the organization, across the entire organization, right? And that's how you actually create an impression about yourself or a brand about yourself within the organization. So always be very careful and very mindful as to how you are conducting yourself within the organization. Of course, can I get a glass of water or something? Thank you. Sorry. So that was one point about how you engage yourself. Expanding on this point further, see again, again, as I said, you can't work in isolation. You can't work alone. If you want to get something, some work finished, you have to work in tandem with many other people in the organization. So collaboration, therein comes the collaboration. Collaboration has become very important these days. And then, as I said, unless you collaborate with others, you can't get your work done efficiently or let's say in a proper manner. Now, what happens is when you are working in an organization and you are trying to collaborate, see every person in the organization has their own, let's say, priorities, right? And of course they are entitled to, let's say, I mean, give priority to their own work. But as a professional, you also need to take their thing and get your own work done, right? So what happens is the person will always try to give more priority, higher priority to his own work. But you have to get your own work done, right? There it comes not only, I mean, when you have that mindset of collaborating, okay, the other guy also understands. I mean, over a period of time, they will start giving you more priority. The way you conduct yourself with them. So collaboration is very important to get the work done. And in the process, okay, let me also tell you. See, there is a general perception amongst most of the people, most of us actually, that people are difficult. When you engage with somebody and who is giving more priority to his own work, his or her own work, you get a sense that that guy is very difficult to work with. But that is not the case. 95 to 98% of the time, he's not actually being difficult. He's actually different. People are not difficult. Generally speaking, people are not difficult. People are different. They have a different way of working. They have different thought process, but they're not difficult, prima facie, or let's say per se. So you have to approach that person with a mindset, this mindset. The moment you approach that person with the mindset that he's not difficult, your whole approach changes. And the moment your approach changes, the work gets much more easier, much more easily. Keep this in mind. And think, before I actually get into further, let me also say that while we are all in the age of digitization, okay, digital branding, digital imaging, but this one, personal branding, is not going to change whatever may be the level of digitization which may happen. This is one thing which is going to stay. Right? It will never go out of the fashion. You will have to keep working on your own personal branding. Coming back to the thing, so you have to, get out of this mindset. You will come across this thing day in, day out in your career, day in, day out in your working life. You day in, day out, you will come across people, you are engaging with them, you are finding it difficult, you are getting frustrated, it is impacting your work, it is impacting your results, and it is impacting your growth. Next, I am going to talk about how you build your image is, of course, constant learning, right? You have to keep, abreast. See, the world, especially the business world, has become very, very dynamic. You have to keep changing yourself and keep abreast with the newer things which are happening. So keep yourself absolutely updated about whatever is happening, especially on the digital side. See, keep this in mind that digitization is going to be the differentiator in everything that we do, whether in our personal lives or in business life. So you can't just, see, many people have this perception that digitization is only for the techies, right? You are, I guess most of them are from business side and doing MBA, may not have, let's say, a technical background. But no, you have to embrace the newer technology. You have to get used to it. You have to get involved in the transformations. Don't leave it to the techies or the technical teams only or IT teams only. You have to embrace technology day in, day out, every day, even if you are not from the technology side. So learning is what I mentioned. Keep abreast of whatever is happening, especially in your areas, or in fact go beyond your areas of work also. Next is hard work. Again, whatever may be the level of digitization that is happening around, hard work is something which is you just can't do away with. You can't. Of course, luck also plays a big part in your career and career growth. But hard work is something you just cannot avoid. You have to keep working hard. And that so all this what I'm saying is actually creating your own brand image within the organization. And as I said, of course, it also travels outside your immediate area of work. Nothing, don't go for shortcuts in your life. Hard work is the most key element which will impact your growth professionally as well as in brand building. Absorb a lot. Again, you will find things are. Most of the time things will not happen according to your receipt. As somebody mentioned that you have to be a solution provider, which is fine. Okay, so you will always actually come across problems. And as I keep saying to my team, we all professionals are there only because the problems are there. Okay. If there were no problems, probably no professionals will be required. Everything will happen digitally or everything will happen automatically. Right? So when you face problems, you are actually going to face a lot of problems, a lot of adverse conditions when you are working. Okay, a lot of different people that you will come across. I'm not using the word difficult. Different people will come across, different mind thought process will not be matching with the other thing. Okay, you will succeed only when you have the ability to absorb a lot of negativities. Because the moment actually you get impacted by those adversities, no, your own efficiency will go down, your own approach will be negative. But the moment you actually start embracing those adversities, absorbing a lot of things that are thrown at you, your whole approach will become different and positive. Very, very important, because world is actually very, very tough out there. Business world and work-wise world is very, very tough. I at times actually I wish we were all let's say studying only in our childhood days only. It's very difficult. So I'm not scaring you, but there are ways to actually handle this. I'm nearing the end of my session. So not yet done, but let me also share. And of course, passion. I mean, passion also shows. Passion also shows in your efforts, in your results, and also it drives your own image as well as the brand. These are all invisible. See, whatever you are doing, every second of yours in the field is creating. Is going towards building your image. Last point is, see, ultimately, when you let's say retire or retire or even take let's say voluntary retirement, okay, what you leave is your image only. Not he was Prashant did let's say had a rating of 1 all the time, or let's say he always achieved 120% of his target. You will not live with those thoughts actually. You will leave the organization, whatever you leave basically is the legacy or the brand that you created. People will remember for your brand, not whatever numbers you delivered in your career. So think about it. You should leave that organization or your let's say corporate career with that legacy. Right. So these are some of the thoughts that I wanted to share with you all, and which I had actually gathered over the last 25-30 years of my corporate experience. If time permits, I'm happy to take questions, a few questions also on this subject. Anyone?
Do we have any questions?
Thank you so much. Thank you once again, Dr. Tarita, Professor Jason, for inviting me.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us the nitty-gritties to be kept in mind for building a successful brand. It was indeed a pleasure listening to you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Krukil Patel, and I would like to take this opportunity to take this session further. A very good afternoon to one and all. So without any further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker for the day, Mr. Vincent Pinto, Senior Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Schindler. Sir is a seasoned business leader with over 21 years of experience in crafting and executing result-driven business strategies. Sir is highly passionate and self-driven professional with rich cross-border experience. Sir has worked as a global head for sales management at Schindler Group and comes with a diverse experience in service business operations. Sir has a proven track record of delivering business growth through leadership and is committed to building positive relationships with key stakeholders. Sir is currently heading sales and marketing for Schindler India, a leading provider of elevator, escalator and related services. Can we please hear a huge round of applause for Sir? Let's hear it for Sir, guys.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you to the management here for letting us this session on the stage, and I'll try to be very, very precise to the point. Please feel free to stop if you have any questions. I'll be happy to take it through. So the objective of today's session, which I have and I'd like to share with you, is to give you a little bit more insight about Schindler, where we come from, what we do, and also link it to some of the challenges that as an industry, as a company, what we faced. That will be my short agenda. It would be unfair to cover the entire story of the brand and the journey of the company in such a short time. But of course, you can ask questions if you have anything specific. Thank you, sir. This is where we are. We'll just quickly cover these three topics, and I've also tried to keep some slot for Q&A. Happy to take as many questions as we want. Before we get into anything, I have a question. What if the world was flat? And to give you an idea for this, I would like to play a video, and this video was awarded a Golden Award in the Cannes Film Festival in 2019. So let's go through it.
What if the world was flat? Skyscrapers would be side scrapers. Cities would never end. Things would look very different. Everything would take more time. Much more time. Spectacular views would simply not exist. Our world could have turned out like this if it wasn't for one idea. An idea that changed everything. An elevated world. Inspiring transportation systems that help the world grow up. Revolutionizing architecture and the way we live. And now intelligence means we can connect systems and services across the globe, so we can all see life from a much better perspective. That's what we do. Who are we? We are Schindler. We elevate.
So I think this goes in line with the institute, Indira group of institute, which also I read, emerging minds to elevate lives, and that's where we also do, we elevate. So who we are and what do we do? So Schindler, I don't know how many of you have heard this name earlier? Yes? Few, or is it others are sleeping? Many of you? Many? Very good. So we provide solution to basically all of this building segments. Let it be healthcare, let it be retail, let it be hotels, offices, even marine. So you have solution for all vertical transportation need of any and all building types. We'll learn more about Schindler. Before that, who do we cater to? These are different customer segments, right from an architect, a consultant, a developer, constructor, facility manager, individual users. So these are different customer segments whom we interact with, who play an important role in the decision of which vertical transportation system is installed in the building segment which you go for. To do this, we have our offering, which is very, very simple, not complex product lines. We have elevators, we have escalators, and we have moving walks. 3 product lines only. And based on these 3 product lines, then of course you have a lot of configurational details based on how tall the building is, how fast you need to reach your destination. So that's all the configuration, but the product lines are very, very simple. Only 3 product lines that we offer. So let's look at our journey, which started in 1874 in a very, very small town in Switzerland, Lucerne, where basically Schindler was formed. So we are talking about 149 years of existence. We don't have any forward integration, backward integration. We are very, very simple, family run business, just doing vertical transportation solution. So that's all as a company we do. And from there, a small city, a small village, not even city, in Lucerne, to a multinational company today, present in more than 100 countries, with more than 1,000 branch offices, with 66,000 people. We help giving solution to all the vertical transportation needs of our customers. These are different milestones. You see how a small company which started in Switzerland spread across the world, and our journey in India started almost 25 years ago in 1998 with greenfield operations, starting in India, where the first elevator was sold, first elevator was installed and then maintained. From that point till today, we have achieved a lot of milestones, a lot of achievements, and today we stand here, and Pune also is very special to us, because in the campus here, Chakan, we have our training center, we have our factory, elevator factory, escalator factory, R&D center, test tower, Schindler University, and everything. So that's a full-fledged campus which we have in Chakan, which helps us to help our customers with better solutions. Yes, very simple. I think my colleague speakers here have enlightened us a lot about marketing, but for me it's very, very simple that marketing is nothing but common sense applied at right time to generate more business, to generate more awareness to our customers, to our end users. These are some of the unique challenges which we faced as a brand while we entered into the Indian market. So coming from Ebicon, coming from Switzerland 25 years ago, in a very, very unorganized market. 25 years ago, or even today, I can say the elevator industry is very, very unorganized. Just for your fact, India is the second largest market in the world for elevators, or vertical transportation. It's a very, very big result. So the biggest market is China. Second largest market is India. The gap between the biggest and the second is 10 times. That you can imagine now. So if you are 10, they are 100. That's the size. But still, India is unique and very different than China. You know, if you see the ups and downs in this industry, to be very specific, 2022 China market fell by 25% because of all the impact which we saw, and at the same time India market grew by 16%. You know, so that's the beauty of India, that we are still protected in many ways from the external world impact, external factors. So that's very unique. And when we entered here 25 years ago, the first important topic for us was, we are not known in the industry. Schindler, many people didn't even know how to pronounce it. You know, it's still today a challenge. Schneider Electrics and Schindler, always confused. My marketing team, my call center gets sometimes many calls which are asking for Schneider Electrics, and we direct them to them, of course. That's the help. But this is the challenge from that point till today, where we have created our own image, our own impression. How did we do it? We created awareness using a lot of campaigns, you know, end user campaigns where we made them aware of what and how we are doing. We will see some examples going forward as well. The second challenge was also related to safety. Let's talk about first competition. So, local competition and outdated technology. If you have observed, you will find many elevators which are manual door. That means you have to still open the gate yourself, close the gate yourself, and it's also very risky because most of the elevator accidents which you see in the country is because of this type of elevator system. And it's not present everywhere in the world. It's unique that India still has more than 22% of the market with manual door elevators. And from a safety standpoint, although this market is huge, big, Schindler decided not to step into this market. Because safety is one of the core important step for us, foundation pillar for us, and we said it's okay to compete in the balanced 78% market, but just to increase business and volume, we will not enter into a segment which is not safe for our end customers. The third point we talk about here is price. Of course, if you are bringing in a Swiss technology product into an Indian market, which is still governed by a lot of manual door elevator systems, then the price will always be a topic. And that's where, you know, all our efforts to educate the market on the technology, on the advancements of what we are delivering, how we are educating the industry to uplift. Few examples of this, if you have seen, earlier elevators always needed a small room on the top of the building. You know, this was called as the machine room. And architects, if any here would agree, this spoils the entire elevation of the building. You know, like a small chimney, what we call, is coming out, but it's actually a room where your machines are fitted. And Schindler elevators, for the last 20 years, we are not selling any of the machine room, unless it's a very, very high-rise building, different story. But in general, most or 80 to 85% of our sales which we do is a elevator system which is without machine room. That's the technology advancement. And in India, when you enter with price point, this was not possible. But we invested into the market to bring and uplift the market towards machine room less elevators, which started 1998, 2000 and early 2000 till today, where the entire industry has moved towards a machine room less elevator. So that was a journey. As a brand, we took that responsibility to educate and uplift the industry. So that was our way of also building up and bringing up the price point, because with additional technology, your willingness to pay also goes up. We also put in a factory here, because that helps. You still have your global Swiss design, but the local manufacturing gives you an additional advantage on cost. Otherwise, with respect to the currency conversion, the freight, it becomes impossible to bring and sell, European manufactured elevators into India. So a local production helped us to bridge that gap and also be faster to our customers in terms of delivery and installation. So this is how we were trying to set up new standards which are must in the European market, but still as an option into an Indian market. So irrespective whether the code asks for these features, functionalities or not, we were ensuring that our customers were always getting this. If some of you have been stuck into elevators, noise please. Yes. And typically, why do you get stuck into an elevator? Very good. So Pune, Delhi, you name the city, and you have power cuts, specifically in summers, and you cannot avoid this. And as a manufacturer of a machine, an elevator, you hardly can influence this factor. Yes, you can. As a builder, you have to put a UPS, a generator. Even if you put a generator, when a power cuts and you switch on the generator, it takes some time. The elevator will stop. And at this time, because we are working in this industry for last 20 years, we know it is safe, but people like you would really get scared. And there, something which is called as an automatic rescue device is a functionality that even if there is no power, the lift comes to the nearest full row and rescues you. This is not even a code requirement. Think about it now. You, your family members, children, parents can be stuck in an elevator for half an hour till the time when a technician comes and actually rescues you. So this is the first thing as a safety which you need. And that's where from 2005 onwards, we have not sold any elevator which does not have an automatic rescue device, in spite of the fact that the customer or the client has not put this into the specification. So that was one more effort as a small example which I gave, which is to uplift the entire industry towards it. And today, it's become a norm because we were doing it, competition were forced to do it, and of today, it is also becoming a code by which it is becoming mandatory that automatic rescue device should be provided. Safety culture, this is one of the important points. Today we see, and please answer this, you wear helmets on your bike for your safety or for the police? I knew that, yeah. So we still are a society, a culture where we follow certain PPEs because we are forced to. The safety culture is quite low, and think about a skilled worker who is working in the harsh conditions in the shaft. It's so hot there, you expect him to wear gloves, you expect him to wear helmet, you expect him to wear safety shoes, you expect him to wear so many PPEs. It's not possible. That was also one of the biggest challenge to change the culture of our own employees, of the industry, of the subcontractors, that they work in a very, very safe environment. So this was also a big reform, and for this we had to do something very differently. We brought down our dependency on the subcontractors because we have little or no influence on our subcontractors. They are skilled workers. Today they are with one company. For a small rise, they will shift into another company. So as a management, we started recruiting employees, ITI holders, diploma holders as our installers. So the entire industry was outsourcing, and we were building an employee base who were with us because it was easy for us to train our own people, control our own people much better on the safety aspect. They had a good career path within the organization that they could see themselves growing. They have a fixed employment, and that gave them the confidence. And during COVID, this came out as one of the best factors for us when the entire labor force subcontractor left back to their hometowns, because for a subcontractor, if there is no job, there is no payment, right? But for our employees, they were still supported by the company, and that kept them back. And now when we see it is supporting us in fulfilling the promises of installing those buildings with our customers. So with this 2020 So 20 years, it from a greenfield operations where all our competitions here were already set. In less than 25 years, I would say we reached the market leadership position. And coming back to this local competition, any guesses how many elevator companies exist only in Maharashtra? Any guesses? Sorry? Any number? 10, 20, 30? There are 300 companies, elevator companies only in Maharashtra registered. That's what I am talking about local competition. Maybe they are selling 50 elevators, but there is a registration. And then you can understand how difficult it is to implement or to uplift the industry when with few multinationals, 1, 2, 3, you want to uplift the code. Because there is a lot of resistance because all companies cannot fulfill those codes. And that's where your, my life, our family life depends. And that's where it is important to know which elevator you are traveling, how safe it is for you. From a brand promise journey, from leadership through customer service to Schindler, your first choice, to trusted, professional and smart, to We Elevate. And that's where we are right now at We Elevate. And this pyramid actually summarizes our story in complete details. So our claim is to We Elevate, of course taking care of customer, planet and people. And our values, as I always mentioned, is safety, quality, integrity, value for our customers and people development. These are our foundation stones. And our value proposition is trusted, professional, smart. And with this, we want to become the first choice for all our customers. This has been there for very, very long, and we work every year to make much more impact as we go forward on this. So with this, we also gave a complete uplift to the brand, and you see some of the creatives here. Now, at the present situation, as I said, there are two challenges still which we face. One is, service. This is most important. Sales in our industry is easy because you still are able to convince your customers. As I said, architect, builders, developers, everybody wants a brand today because they also have to sell their building. But once the sale is done, once the installation is done and a society is formed, then having the service with the right company, the OEM, is very important because you may design a fantastic product which is super safe, everything well, but if you do not maintain it with right competent resource and with original spares, your product is gone and become local in less than 1 year. So this is one of the biggest challenge which we see today because of additional pressure. A lot of maintenance, small companies are taking over maintenance. They try to do something. As long as the components don't fail, they give you service. As soon as the component fails, they disappear. Because they still have to go back to Schindler to buy those spares. And if you're picking up a contract at 1/10 of the price, you cannot afford those spares, right? Brand awareness is a continuous journey which we do. Let me try to see if I can show you a video. Yeah.
का सारा मन पड़ गया पर इनको चिंता का इनका मामला सेट है फिक्र का इनके पास इंटरनेट है सोच किया इन्होंने एक आसान सा समाधान और इस जुगाड़ में देवी ये लैपटॉप की जान लाइफ में थोड़ा बहुत जुगाड़ तो चलता है और बात जब आपके विश्वास की हो तो भरोसा करें सिर्फ प्रोफेशनल्स पर Schindler Professional Services ताकि आपकी प्रोफेशनल तकलीफों का हो परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन अब नो मोर जुगाड़ आजकल के बच्चे मन से सच्चे पर काम के कच्चे फोन की बैटरी ने इनका साथ छोड़ दिया और इन्होंने तो समझदारी से ही हाथ धो दिया कहते हैं राय का पहाड़ नहीं करते कोई इन्हें ये बताओ कि जूतों से जुगाड़ नहीं किया करते अरे कहा था लाइफ में थोड़ा बहुत जुगाड़ तो चलता है.
Yeah, so this was a small campaign to bring the focus back that jugaad is good, but when it's concerning your life, your family member's life, ensure that you're going back to your OEMs, whichever OEMs you have, but there you cannot make a compromise on the services. So Schindler has been known as a brand of first. We were the first to push, as I said, for the machine room less elevator technology. We were the first to have, as a multinational company, a greenfield factory for elevator as well as escalator. We were the first to have IoT, Internet of Things, enabled elevators and escalators. And now, again, we are the first company to bring the digital out-of-home advertisement solutions within an elevator. This has been our journey. If you still are not well versed with the name, I'm sure this glass car operating panel is something which you cannot ignore. You will always see this, and that's something you cannot not notice it. If you see this, it's Schindler always. It will remind you. It has been long that we have been pushing or selling these products into the market. It has become like our identity. We also changed the way we look at elevators today. So, this is typical, you can say, how technology changes the way we work. You always heard about preventive maintenance, right? What happens in preventive maintenance? Because it's a mechanical, electrical product, you have to always have a person visiting your site, looking at everything is fine or not. If you don't do it well, you will have callbacks, reliability issues. But at the same time, you may not need maintenance if your product designs are good. If they are good, we have seen many branded products which requires very less or no maintenance, and that's where to first reduce or improve efficiency, reduce downtime, and improve reliability. Schindler, I'll come to this first here. Yeah, Schindler introduced this concept which is called as Schindler Ahead. Using Schindler Ahead, we were able to sit into our offices and monitor the entire elevator system which happens. So this gave us much more insight about your elevator system. Before even a breakdown occurs, we were able to predict it and fix it either from our office or by sending a person there. So I'll just run a quick video to explain how it works.
The Internet of Things, connecting products to the digital world, has arrived. What does this mean for passengers and for your business? From now on, you can intuitively interact with the elevator itself. Take a look at the panel which is opposite the doors. As you can see, it will sense what information you need and keep you current during our journey. But there is much more going on. As you will see, all the essential components are equipped with sensors, sensing the smallest vibrations, temperature fluctuation, energy consumption, and many more. The elevator's health condition is constantly measured and known at all times. As an example, above the door, there is critical equipment that opens and closes the door and ensures smooth operation. Connected sensors measure real-time data points like the door's motor temperature, voltage consumption, and open and close cycles. Anomalies in the data can now be detected instantly, and an alert is sent to the Schindler Control Center. All necessary data, such as location of the elevator, time of incident, and affected components, are reported. Our powerful data analytics and machine learning algorithms support our experts to analyze the data and gain the right actionable insights. In this case, a predictive maintenance routine is suggested to prevent a potential failure in the future. Once confirmed by the expert, in addition to the client being informed about a newly scheduled maintenance visit, the necessary spare parts are ordered and our highly trained technician is automatically assigned. Our technicians receive the new job with maintenance instructions on their digital tool case. Thanks to our closed-loop platform, the customer is informed at all times about the health status of all of his equipment. The customer on-site personnel is informed as well at all times via the Schindler app on their smartphone. As you can see, sensor data allows for powerful analytics and insights with the right outcomes for our customers, passengers, and employees. Schindler's Internet of Elevators and Escalators will significantly improve reliability and safety, while dramatically reducing equipment downtime and allow for a superior passenger experience. At Schindler, we power digital urban mobility for all types of elevators and escalators.
We are running out of time. Yes, so last but not the least, we also now have an effort to convert that box in which you travel up and down as an entertainment system. You can say the technology is such that since we have connected all the elevators centrally to us, we can manage everything within the elevators. You know, if you permit, maybe quickly a short video showing you what is the future elevators which you would see. These are the smart mirrors in the background. Media screens. So basically, targeted. So the elevator system now can be connected, and based on the preference, based on individual needs, everything can be targeted there within the elevator system itself. So these are some of the solutions which you see, either a smart mirror in the background or a door show where you can project on the door. You know, today when you go in high rise in a mall, you have to wait in front of the elevators and it's quite boring. Many a times mall people put a sticker out there, but it's static, it cannot change. And here you have a possibility to fix these projectors which will be able to display anything and everything very dynamically on the door itself. You don't have to project it from far off, it's on the top of the door and it is having the functionality to project on the door. Okay, this is from our side. Last, I think 1.5 minute video, not more than that, relating to what? Let's see. that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Any question? I'm here. Okay. Can't see them because of the light. I think I'm standing in between them and their food. Yes, please. Need a mic. Yes, I can hear you if you can. A little loud. I don't think they need a mic now. Hope I'm picking up your time.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Utkarsh, and thank you for your valuable presentation. My question is, you have said that there is a highly local competition. Then, what will be the company strategy to focus on tier 2 and tier 3 cities?
Very good question, and I get this often from my sales team. Thank you. I'm used to this. So, with local competition, the biggest challenge is price. And the only guidance, only message which I give to my sales team is, are you positioning your product as the cheapest one or the most expensive one? So if today my customer says you are expensive, I say, yes, I am. Let me tell you why. No? Rather than trying to defend and go to a position where we say, no, I'm not expensive, I'm cheap, let's negotiate. So as a strategy, very clear, every segment, every market, whether it is tier 1, tier 2 or tier 3, has a need for your product. Have you identified enough? Have you done enough of homework that you are now targeting it to them? So if your ambition is market share at the cost of anything and everything, you will not survive today or tomorrow. It will not be sustainable. But if you are focused in identifying the right market segment and pitching in your product, communicating the value add that you bring to the project, I think then you are successful. So in spite of what numbers or statistic I gave, we have 22% market which is local and a price point which is spread. We still reached market leadership in this, and I can tell you today, if you take the 4 bigger brands, they control 80-85% of the market. So that strategy works. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a seemingly complex question, but you gave a very simplistic answer to it. Thank you so much. It was inspiring listening to the elevation story of Schindler. You touched upon various challenges faced by Schindler when it entered India and how Schindler tackled the challenges using professional solutions and kept growing to elevate innovation. Thank you so much for your thoughts, sir.
Thank you.
So our next speaker will be joining us virtually, and before I go ahead and introduce our speaker, I would like IT team to please connect us with the speaker.
आवाज बड़ा उधर का बोल माइक पे बात कर दिवेश माइक पे बात कर ले आवाज आ रहा है क्या उनको लो बोल ना बोल उनको
Hello.
मैम आवाज आ रहा है आपको
हाँ गुड आफ्टरनून मुझे आपकी आवाज आ रही है आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है ओके
Welcome, ma'am. We can see you. Look.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Ms. Vandana Bhalla. I'd now like to take the opportunity to introduce ma'am. Ms. Vandana Bhalla, a business leader, passionate marketer, and DTI activist. Ma'am is an accomplished business and marketing leader with about 23 years of work experience. Her longest tenure has been with Titan, where she worked for more than 18 years in several marketing and business-related roles across divisions including watches, eyewear, and international business. In her last role, she led the marketing and digital initiatives for all the categories of Titan Company Limited across geographies outside India. Ma'am was the business head for sunglasses in the eyewear divisions of Titan. Ma'am was instrumental in establishing the brand Titan Eye Plus and launched several new products. Her most recent accomplishment is the successful launch of the brand Tanishq in Dubai and the US. So please give a huge round of applause for Ms. Vandana Bhalla. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. I hope all of you can hear me very well.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Right. So, good afternoon to all the students of Indira Institute, and a very, good afternoon to the faculty, the esteemed faculty, as well as my, friends who are here as speakers, and a special mention of Ms. Madhuri Sathe, who invited me today for this session. So, thank you for the same. I will just share my screen. Are you able to see my presentation? Great. So, I'm so sorry. The presentation seems to have gone to a slightly later slide. Yeah. So I think the topic that the team at your end has chosen, which is the changing paradigms for brand building, is a very interesting subject, because as students of marketing, or whether you're a working marketer, it's always important to understand and be aware of the shifts which are happening in the macroeconomic scenario, in the consumer sentiment, or the larger trends across the world and in your country and in your market where your brand operates, to really create marketing initiatives which are relevant to your consumer. And I'm sure between today and tomorrow, between the different speakers that you have, there will be people who would be talking about new topics, like whether it's the metaverse, which is a very interesting topic today, or Viva Magenta, which is why it is the color of the year, capturing the sentiment of consumers across the world post the pandemic, or sustainability, which is certainly a subject which is very, very close to the Gen Z, and product makers and marketers are really thinking about how they can make their brands way more relevant, keeping more sustainable practices in mind, or the power of AI, and of course hyper personalization. Today, earlier we used to segment the consumers in larger groups and sort of create communication from them, but today is the age of hyper personalization, where you kind of target consumers in a very, very hyper targeted way through the help of CRM, and especially in the retail space where different segments have different needs, and you tailor your communication to different micro segments, and also tailor your products. Today, Gen Z is really, they want to wear products which personify their personality, and that is also personalization which is happening. So a lot of these topics, I'm sure, are going to be spoken about over the next 2 days. But I'm not going to talk about any of these. I thought, I was really thinking, what is it that I can do? What value can I add with the experience that I've had in my career? And I wanted to touch upon some of the qualities or the attitudes or the skills that are required for you to become good marketing leaders, right? And I know that this is a time when many of you would be probably, looking forward to your final placements, or maybe looking forward to your summer internship soon. And I thought if you're sort of mindful of some of these qualities, it might help you to make a mark at the work that you will be taking up soon. So there are 5 key qualities. There are many qualities, but I have taken up 5 key qualities which I kind of zeroed down on. And I thought if I can just talk about some of these, maybe, it can be helpful to you all. The very first quality, there's a reason why when management trainees usually join organizations, the first profile that you're put into is a sales job, right? And the reason is that even if you're planning to make a career in marketing, a long-term career in marketing, but being, knowing selling skills or being good at selling is at the core of being a good marketer. So whether it is a new proposition, a new product idea, or a new campaign, a new PR campaign, it's important for you to be able to sell that to your customers. And when you're studying at your MBA institutes, usually you're told that it's the consumer that we have to cater to, and every communication that you create, it is to target a certain consumer. So you must understand the consumer well to be able to see it from the lens of the consumer and create something that can connect with her. But when you really start working in an organization, your consumer is not just the final consumer who consumes your product, but in reality, it's also your boss. It is your CEO. It is the sales team. It is the retailers. It is the dealer network. It's a whole lot of people within the organization, and the people who are associated with the organization, responsible for selling your product, that you need to be able to sell to. So you need to understand what is their driving factor to be able to sell your idea to them. So I've just put up 2 quotes from David Ogilvy. One of them is that I don't know the rules of grammar, but if you're trying to persuade, just 1 minute, please. I'm just trying to minimize that thing on my. Yeah, sorry about that. So I don't know the rules of grammar, but if you're trying to persuade people to do something or buy something, it seems to me you should use their language. So what I really mean here is that when you're talking to the CEO, probably he's thinking, can this help in growing our business? And you need to think about, is my campaign going to help in growing the business of the organization? Similarly, when you're talking to the sales team or the retail team, you need to talk the language of walk-ins and conversions. And if you're talking to other functions, like maybe even your finance head, they may be talking about, oh, you're spending so much money on this campaign. Why are we spending more than last year or last quarter? And, the finance guy is always thinking that money spent on marketing is actually a spend. And, it takes a lot of effort and, perseverance to really create a culture where your investments in marketing is seen as an investment and not a spend. So what I'm trying to say is that with each, you are going to face a lot of people before the campaign actually reaches the consumer. So selling skills are very, very critical to making a successful career in marketing. The next one, I think this one is really, really important. So the ability to see the bigger picture. So, people say, oh, if you want to be a good marketer, you need to have a right brain and have creativity, be good at lateral thinking, and, be well read, and maybe have interest in literature and art, and well traveled. And those are the things and world experiences which you plow into each of your marketing initiatives. And all of that is right. But there is also, on the other hand, a lot of data today. So whether it's the analytics team which is throwing data at you, or whether it's the brand track with brand health parameters, or the customer satisfaction study, or the walk-in data from the stores, or the sales team talking about which markets are doing meeting their targets and which ones are not, there's going to be a lot of data thrown at you. So between data and creativity, there has to be, between all of this, there's a lot of ultimately, you know, a lot of stuff is going to be thrown at you when in the middle of creating a marketing campaign. And really the ability to zoom out and look at the bigger picture, connect the dots, and assimilate it to create something which is meaningful for your brand and for your consumer is really the ability. That's at the core of becoming a good marketing leader, you know. And I think some of it may seem a little nebulous to some of you today because you are yet to get into organizations and take up you know, everyday work or really create campaigns. But I hope this stays with in your mind, and you're able to connect to this, because this to me is something which takes a lot of time to cultivate as a marketing leader. You need to really you know, train your mind to be able to zoom out and look at the bigger picture and take out the insights which are most relevant and make it actionable. Next one, yeah. So related to that is inciting versus observation. So, you know, as a marketer, you know, you know, whether we are at the workplace or whether you're outside with your family, you know, you're holidaying or you're in a mall or you're, you know, at home with your family members. But I think as a marketer, you need to remain, you know, always like a sponge, and you're always absorbing how people around you are behaving, what are their motivators, what are their drivers. And because everybody around you is finally a consumer, and they could be your the product, you know, they may be consuming your product, and you need to understand what really you know, cuts through with them or connects with them. But you know, observation alone is not enough to be able to really understand the underlying motive of why they're doing what they're doing. Why do they want what they want? And why do they take those decisions of making that choice? That is most important, because that is what's going to lead you to great insights, right? And which is why I always say that research is very, very important. And being involved in research, you know, there are, of course, as a marketer, you would have access to research agencies who would probably, you know, do the research for you and present the findings. But nothing like really spending time on the shop floor, you know, observing customers, see what they're asking, what are they seeking, or, you know, really meeting customers on your own and spending time with them and asking those questions, because those are the times when, at least in my experience, I've picked up the best insights, and which really help you create, because that's when you're able to create campaigns which truly connect with your consumer and make a difference to your brand. So, you know, reaching those actionable insights is the key. The next one. So this is about self-belief. Trust me, having worked for 23 years, I must say that being in marketing can sometimes feel like a thankless job. You know, everybody in the organization is ready to point fingers at you the moment sales are down. Chips are down, marketing is at fault, right? You get all the brickbats. And you got to be ready for that, because marketing is a subjective field to many people in the organization. And, you know, so you always have to believe in your idea. If you come up with an idea, you developed something with your, you know, creative team, with your agency partners, how do you, you know, come up with something which is not just based on A plus B plus C, but actually something that you believe in, because you believe in the insight, and then you believe in how it's converting into a proposition and how that proposition is converting into a creative. If you go through that journey with self-belief and the right rational foundation, then, you know, converting that self-belief and being able to communicate that to every stakeholder within the organization is very, very critical. And that takes a lot of perseverance, a lot of persistence, because you're dealing with a lot of ambiguity. And marketing is a subjective field. You show one creative to five people will have different points of view. But you, as the key person who's accountable for that campaign, you need to believe in it. So I think, you know, be bold, be stupid, but trust your intuition every time you create or invest into a marketing idea, whether it's a marketing product, a marketing campaign, any of it. So self-belief is very, very critical in this journey. And last but not the least, I think marketing is seen as a very probably a glamorous job, something, a place where you meet celebrities, you meet some big ad filmmakers, you end up giving press interviews, your interviews appear in, Impact Magazine, Exchange for Media, and all those marketing publications. And that's on the outside. But trust me, there's a lot of grind, a lot of hard work which goes at the back. And be ready to just pull your sleeves up and be ready to have more than two hands and more than two legs, because it's a multi-heading job. And getting work out of creative teams, whether they're internal teams or external teams, it takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of persistence, perseverance, where you need to sell your ideas, where you need to inspire your teams and continuously come up with something better than the last campaign, better than the last quarter. And you want to keep increasing the brand health, and for that you need to also have a vision which you kind of follow in your head, that and as a marketer, you're not just operating in the campaign that you're doing today, this month. You're operating for this month, you're operating for next quarter, and you're also having an eye on 2 years from now. So that's really how becoming a marketing leader, the real grind is behind that job. So I just wanted to kind of share some of these learnings with you. I've kept the presentation very, very short, and I hope you've been able to relate to some of what I said, or maybe you have questions about it. So open for questions to all of you. And I've just given my LinkedIn profile here. If any of you want to connect with me, or later on, if you have any questions, you want to, be in touch with me, please feel free to reach out. Yeah.
So, ma'am, thank you so much for sharing your valuable insights on the skills required to become a marketing leader. Ma'am touched upon various skills that are required, the selling skills that are required, and most importantly, the importance of self-belief. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with here today. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you. Let's hear it for ma'am, guys.
Hopefully, my short presentation has made up for the, I think the session was running late. That's what I was told. So I don't want to hold back the students from their lunch, and I wanted to keep it short, but hopefully impactful.
But the message is definitely conveyed, ma'am.
If there are any questions from anybody, would love to take it up.
Do we have any questions? No. I guess they're waiting for lunch now.
Sure.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining.
Thank you so much for having me here, and have a great session ahead for today and tomorrow. I'll sign off now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So that concludes the first half of the day, where stalwarts from industry disseminated knowledge accumulated with years of experience. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now break for lunch. Looking forward to see you back here in 40 minutes. We will be back at 2:20 to dive back into the second half of day one of Indira Brand Slam Summit and Awards, Changing Paradigms for Building Brands. I request all the students to be seated until the dignitaries exit the auditorium.
awardees, and in this line, first we have CEO Upohan Management Consultants Private Limited, Mr. Advait Kurlekar. Welcome, sir. Update, sir. May we request you to please stay here with me so that maybe we can have a good picture towards the end. And the second awardee is Lead Solution Architect, Amazon Web Services India Private Limited, Mr. Raj Chilakapati. Pleasure to have you with us, sir. Our next awardee is Associate Director Marketing, Harbinger Group, Ms. Anushri Sharma. I now request Head of Marketing Nike, Mr. Siddhant Narayan, to please come on stage so that we could confer Marketing Excellence Award upon you. Siddhant, sir. Congratulations to all the awardees. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So in first half today, we had 5 amazing speakers who shared their thoughts and perspective with our students. In this segment, we have 2 speakers and a panel discussion. And to introduce our first speaker to the audience, may I please request my student Krutil, could you please take over?
Thank you, ma'am. And now, I feel ecstatic to introduce our next speaker for the day, Mr. Ajay Motwani, Strategy Consultant, ex-Dabur and Adani Wilmar. Sir has 25 years of diversified experience in FMCG sales and marketing. Sir has led iconic brands like Dabur, Adani Wilmar and Marico. Sir has his expertise across both leader and challenger portfolios, digital marketing, market share expansion, margins expansion, brand architecture and portfolio play. Sir has created a 200 crore plus business from scratch for Fortune Atta in just 3 years. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Mr. Ajay Motwani. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The light is here. A big thank you to Dr. Tarita, Chetan sir, the Indira group for having me here. Wish you all the very best, all of you students. It's a post-lunch session, so I'm sure most of you are sleeping, and I hope to wake you up during the midst of the conversation. So I'm going to be trying, I will try and distill all the marketing wisdom of 25 years. It's actually a disservice to marketing because it's like oversimplifying marketing. But given the compulsion of time, I'll try to give you a broad overview of marketing in a practical context. I've called it bite-sized marketing insights. So bite means nugget-sized or small-sized. Yeah, so what are the fundamental pillars of marketing? There is segmentation, there is targeting, there is positioning, then there is communication, crafting to bring your positioning idea to life. Then we have something called creating and amplifying these brand properties. Then we have memory structure. It's always recommended that you build on memory structure, don't break it. So you're continuously talking about one single idea and you have a very sharp positioning in consumer minds. And then you have core upgrades as consumers evolve. We heard Sangeeta also take us in the morning through how companies who don't evolve with changing consumer needs or changing competitive context evaporate. Kodak was an example shared. So you need to up your offer, you need to upgrade your core, you then need to stretch the core, you then need to extend the core. When you stretch the core, it means you're creating range extensions, line extensions. And when you extend the core is when you're moving into adjacent categories. So we heard of sunburn earlier in the day. So when sunburn does a vodka, it's getting into extending the brand into an adjacent category. So we understand a bit in terms of all of these aspects. So let's move to segmentation insights. You can segment a category in multiple ways. You basically do a growth map and understand all the spaces your category is in. And you can segment in multiple variables. So product is the most obvious. You can have a regular shampoo, you can have a health shampoo, a beauty shampoo, a dandruff shampoo. You segment basis price, premium priced, low priced. You segment basis person, life stage, teens, working women, slightly elder people. Segment basis gender. Segment basis channel, you can decide to operate in the D2C space, you can decide to dominate the e-commerce space and then extend to adjacent channels like modern trade and general trade. You segment basis proposition, so need states. Consumers in the shampoo category will have multiple need states. Somebody is looking for a health shampoo, just basic cleansing. Somebody is looking for a beauty shampoo. Somebody is looking for an anti-dandruff shampoo. Someone is looking for a shampoo which gives her salon-like hair, right? So there are all these need states and product platforms which you can segment by. You segment basis purpose. You segment basis philosophy and values. So Tata Tea with Jagore is such an example. So there are these multiple variables and you have to decide where do you want to play. And having decided where do you play, you decide how to win where you play. So you craft strategy. But the most important thing is to segment your market and then target a niche which may be underserved, which may be non-served, and try to create a first mover advantage. The basic rule in marketing is that the player who moves in first will have the largest market share if he plays the game properly. The guy who comes in second will have half his market share, and the guy who comes in third will have half the share of the guy who's second, right? So this is basically the three tiers which normally exist in a category, and this is how segments are shaped and built up over time. So I have an example for you of a purpose-driven strategy. So I'll give you the context. So mustard oil sells on purity. You will have 10 players come and talk about how their oil is pure, how they follow the best manufacturing practices to ensure 100% purity, no adulteration, and how is the seed bought in such a manner that the mustard seed is the high quality seed or is the best seed. So how do you stand apart in a context where there are 10 different mustard oil brands all having similar advertising talking about how their oil is more pure than anyone else? So we had a thought called purity of thought. Purity of thought basically showcases, amplifies a purity of product. Can you play it? I think you'll have to go to the start.
मैडम नहीं 10-20 नंबर के पीछे लड़ने की जान लेगी क्या भाई इधर उधर जोड़ जाड़ के कर दीजिए ना बस पहले आप खाना तो खाइए।
लव
शुद्ध सरसों के तेल में बना है,
हम्म।
कोई मिलावट नहीं।
बढ़िया।
हमारे उसूल भी ना कुछ ऐसे ही। और लगे को कहिए थोड़ी और मेहनत कर ले, अपने आप पास हो जाए।
इसी तरह फॉर्च्यून कच्ची घानी सरसों का तेल बनता है बिना कोई मिलावट के, ताकि पारंपरिक स्वाद और झांझ बरकरार रहे।
So this is the way in which so this is the way in which Tata tea also in a cluttered tea-driven category where people are talking immunity, where people are talking ingredient purity, people are talking manufacturing process purity, stands apart with a thought of Jagore. So purpose of philosophy is one more way in which you can differentiate yourself. Yeah, moving ahead in segmentation insights. So challengers need to identify underserved niches that they can leadership in, because the leader will always focus on protecting his turf. The leader will not be interested in categories which are small sized. It will not be worth his time, right? Segment, target and position, we made that point. Yeah, moving on to product insights. So in today's day and age, you need to have functionally superior products. You need to have authentic products. Those days are gone when you could win with a substandard product. And you need to ensure that your product wins in blind tests. You take your competitor brand, you take your brand, you give it to the consumer, you remove his brand name, and then you will get the true test of your product faring against his product. Because if you test it in context of his brand name, his brand advantage will take over, and the consumer, when she gives you feedback, the halo of that person's brand will be playing in that feedback. So you will not get true feedback. But the point is, you have to relentlessly keep winning in blind versus your competition. And you have to relentlessly work on improving your product, ensuring that you are up there in terms of product delivery. A product will have 4 to 5 attributes, and you have to ensure that you score on each of those attributes versus competition. You may choose that I will have 2 to 3 attributes on which I will be parity versus competition. And then on maybe the 4th or the 5th attribute, I will decide to be distinctly superior to the competition, and it is these attributes which should matter to the consumer. Moving on, brand proposition, brand idea, positioning insights. So what is the fundamental role of brands? Brands have only 2 roles in life. They either stand to make your life better, or they stand to solve a problem which a consumer is facing, right? You have to clearly map the source of business of your brand. Each brand will have a different source of business. Brands which are category leaders may want to be, may have a source of business which is about upgrading unbranded users to their brand. So a Clinic Plus shampoo, the source of business for them may be consumers in rural areas who are still using soap for washing their hair, while a Pantene shampoo will have a very different source of business. You then have to understand what is driving purchase among existing users. So we do something in marketing called a dipstick. We go to our current users and we try to understand what were the motivations for that person to switch from one brand to the other. And you also have to understand among your non-trialists, there will be a set of consumers who will be aware of your brand but who would not have tried your brand. So you need to try and understand what are the barriers to try. Is it habit? Is it price? Is it non-availability? Is it non-awareness of your brand? Is it non-awareness of your brand to a significant context? I may be just aware of a Dabur Vatika shampoo, but I may not be aware that it's a natural shampoo which is superior to so-called chemical shampoo. So the quality of awareness also matters. So I will then try to identify the barriers among these non-trialists, because it is these barriers that I need to work on. Then we have, so having identified possible propositioning routes or possible positioning routes, you also have to see to what extent does that positioning lend itself to impactful creatives. Because you may have a choice between 2 propositions or 2 brand ideas, but a particular brand idea may be scoring well in terms of being able to amplify it in terms of creativity. What happens is a brand idea evolves into a advertising idea or a creative idea, and then that shapes an execution idea. What you see in advertising is just the execution idea. So it's like seeing the tip of the iceberg, but you don't see what is beneath that iceberg. So what you don't see is the brand idea and the creative idea. I'll give you an example of this as we move ahead. Yeah, so I'll give you an example of Dabur Amla. So this was a brand which I'm talking about 2013, about 9 years back, and this was a sizable 400 crore premium price brand, but sluggish growth, 3 to 4% volume growth on an annualized basis. Now, we identified the source of business was people who were using mustard oil and who wanted to upgrade to a oil which was non-sticky compared to mustard oil. Mustard oil is very sticky for those people who know about it. At the same time, delivering the same nourishment or the same potency of nourishment that the mustard oil delivers. Now, Dabur oil was generic. Dabur Amla was oil which delivered long, nourished, strong hair, and it had this generic positioning across. We decided that we would sharpen our entire pitch versus mustard oil because this was our source of business. So we would have a very sharp narrative focused on an anti-mustard oil or mustard oil upgrade story versus a generic story, which was traditionally happening. Now, we had two benefits or two product propositions that we could go with. One could be a superior nourishment narrative versus mustard oil. That here is Dabur Amla, which is superior in nourishment to mustard oil, hence giving you longer, stronger hair versus mustard oil. The other was an oil which is non-sticky versus mustard oil. Now, when we looked at the non-sticky proposition, we realized that we could go into the territory of desire. Young girls desire non-sticky hair, and this non-sticky hair could be amplified by the agency to go into romance and to go into courtship, which for those times was very ahead of its times because no one in the hair oil category context was speaking desire, was speaking romance. So this would creatively give us an edge and get us noticed. So we decided that because the idea of non-stickiness lent itself to sharper creative, we would go with that. We then went to the campaign and we had 3 executions in the space of 3 years, and we were able to move growth from 4% to 10%, which means 2.5x of what was historically happening. And that in an FMCG context on a large size brand is a very significant achievement. Can you play the ad?
ये बता दिल की बात कैसे करती है इज़हार? बालों से बालों से सुना मुझे बात तो कैसे इतराते हो? यूं बालों से और जब वो रूठे तो कैसे मनाती हो? पीछे पीछे क्यों खड़ी हो? क्या सरसों के चिपचिपे बालों से डरी हो?
चुनी साधारण सरसों तेल और ले आओ डाबर आंवला। आंवला का पोषण दे ट्रिपल फायदा, जो भी ज्यादा लंबे, ज्यादा मजबूत और ज्यादा खूबसूरत बाल।
असली आंवला डाबर आंवला।
Yes, then we come into brand property insights. Now, what are brand properties? In this day and age of clutter, every brand will have a functional proposition, will have an emotional proposition, will have impactful communication, will have impactful presence on social media, will have celebrities backing it. How then do you distinguish your brand from others? Because the consumer has a finite mind. We touched upon this in the morning. I think Sangeeta mentioned it that there are some 30,000 SKUs in a typical department store. And the consumer just works out of sheer habit because the mind is a lazy mind. It tries to take the easiest way out. So habit, shopkeeper recommendation, whatever comes to your site, whatever comes to your hand the earliest, these things shape the brand being picked up. So brands have to be razor sharp in their positioning. And there have to be cues which help the consumer pick you up on autopilot. We call it system one thinking, where the mind doesn't think too much, it just works on sheer habit. So you have to create properties which are unique, which are differentiated, which are ownable across time. And typically in science it has been found that you need 2 to 3 years of consistency for any kind of association to be created for a brand. If you have a particular brand positioning, if you have a particular advertising idea, you need to execute it for 2 to 3 years before it becomes ownable by the brand, before it sticks in consumer minds. So characters are used. A very famous character which comes to mind, which was employed by a brand, is ICICI. So they used a character called Chintamani, which was an animated character. I don't know how many of you would recall it. But in terms of characters, there is the Amol masked girl, consistent across time. You see the masked girl and you link it to Amol. Similarly, Chintamani character during the time he ran for 4 to 5 years, you see him and it tells you it's an ICICI ad. So very strong branding. And these characters are also functional to some extent. So let's talk about the MRF logo, which is this muscle man character. The muscle man tells you that it is a strong tire. So these characters not only are used to engage and come across as warm, lovable characters which connect with you emotionally, but there is a functional linkage with the brand as well. So they work brilliantly. Slogans. You stay with the same slogan across years, so you build that property. Audio devices, sign-offs. So a Britannia ad will sign off with a signature device. A Titan ad will sign off with a signature device. Through time, across time, the property gets built. Celebrities. The celebrities have a lifespan, 2 years, 4 years. So beyond that, they are not really buildable because either their brand value goes down or they get signed on by competition, etc. So not very stable. Visual devices. So in the Dabur Amla ad, you will always see an amla being cut and 3 drops falling out of it into the oil. To basically tell you it's an authentic amla hair oil. So these properties will be a part across the mix, part of your packaging. So it will feature on the packaging graphics, it will feature on your communication, it will feature on the website, it will feature on all your digital media, social media advertising. So across the entire mix and across time, you're consistent, and that's how you build these properties. Right? And it is these properties which over time get coded in consumer minds, and they not only create strong branding, but they also cue your brand proposition. Then we move on to communication insights. You need simple, single-minded, sharp messaging. You need to be consistent over time. I've taken you through this funnel that there is initially a brand idea, and then the advertising agency shapes a creative idea from this brand idea. And then on this creative idea, there are 2 to 3 executions which are created. And then the execution which amplifies the brand proposition in the most dramatic way and which wins with consumer. There is pre-testing which happens for communication, is chosen and is finally given to a production house and a director, and that's when you see a television commercial. So there are 3 stages. There is a brand idea, a creative idea, and an execution idea. And then to build memory structure, you stay with the same creative idea for a period of 3 to 4 years, and you need freshness. So any creative will get jaded after 6 months to 12 months. In categories with a lot of clutter, huge pens, biscuits, shampoos, creatives may get jaded in 6 months. In categories with less clutter, they may last for 12 months, but you will have to make another TVC. And at that point of time, you stay true to the brand idea and the creative idea, and it is only the execution which keeps changing. So you're building consistency, you're building memory over time. You leverage ingredient benefit advertising equities, because at the end of the day, while an advertising may come across as very emotional, that emotion is carrying the product. It's carrying function, it's carrying an ingredient story, it's carrying a superior benefit story, or it may be carrying a manufacturing process story. Functionality messaging, we've touched upon this. You fuse product and human truths. you try to take a brand truth and you marry it with a human truth, and that is when great advertising is connected, because the theory of advertising is that when your emotional senses are heightened, you will pay attention to the advertising, and if your emotional if the emotion in the ad is anchored in the product, you will recall what is being spoken about the product. So you have to marry a human truth with a brand truth. I want to give you one example of it in this ad. Can you play this, please? Just stop. Just stop. I think one second. I think the link has broken. I'll just play an ad to showcase this example. This is the laptop. Sorry, just give me a minute.
बेबला 3 मिनट लेट 300 रुपए कट बेबला बोनस भी कट
आज से ये नया वाला फॉर्च्यून चक्की फ्रेश आता।
बेबला तुम्हारी छुट्टी
पता है
मंजूर और बोनस भी डबल।
अमदार साहब
वो प्लीज चुका देना, मुझे आगे किसी की चुकानी।
एमपी के चुनिंदा गेहूं से बना फॉर्च्यून चक्की फ्रेश आटा, रोटी बनाए एकदम सॉफ्ट और स्वादिष्ट।
जी करता है उसके हाथ चूम दो।
किसके?
आटा जिसने बदला उसके।
जब रोटी सॉफ्ट तो दिल भी सॉफ्ट, सॉफ्ट रोटी का वाला फॉर्च्यून चक्की फ्रेश आटा।
Go back. Yeah, sorry for this small detour. So, what was the brand truth here? The brand truth is soft roti. What is the human truth here? That if food is nice, even the hardest of hearts will melt. So, the moment you marry the two, you add a twist, you add a setting. That's how advertising is created. So, what will people remember here? People will remember him responding to the taste of the roti. And we want that visual device to stick in consumer minds, because when that device sticks, it will all be attributed to the brand of Fortune Atta. They will recall it. The next time they are buying atta, this advertising will is something that they will recall, and they will recall the brand, and they may switch from the brand they regularly buy to Fortune Atta, or they may consider it at least. Purpose philosophy, I've given you an example of that. Visual devices that will stick in the mind. We try, because when you're watching a 30-second ad, remember, people are not watching the ad because they want to watch the ad. It's just a break in the content that they are watching. So they are sitting there. It's actually an intervention in their normal content watching process. They are not looking forward to the ad, and at the same time your ad has to compete with the content that she is watching. In soaps, the content is emotional, is something which tugs at her heartstrings. So your advertising has to be that impactful for it to register in her minds. And in a break, typically you will have 20 to 30 ads being played. So you need to have visual devices, because a visual speaks much more impactfully than 1,000 words. And that visual device, if it sticks in her mind, that is when your advertising will win with consumers. Can you play this ad?
माते आशीर्वाद दो माते।
मैडम, बेडरूम में जलेगी अगरबत्ती तो होगी सिर्फ भक्ति। इसीलिए जेम्स बाय ओडोनिल, जितना रोमांटिक होना चाहो उतना रोमांटिक। ओडोनिल रूम फ्रेशनर जेल, ये महकेगा तो दिल महकेगा।
So, what's the visual device here? A husband lying prostrate at his wife's feet. This is a device which will stick in your minds even if you watched an ad with Akshay Kumar in one space or you watched Fevicol ads. This ad or this device will stick in your mind. And if this device sticks in your mind, the next time you are considering a room freshener, 9 out of 10 times you will consider Odonil gel because the brand also will stick in your minds, right? So look for visual devices in your advertising. When your agency shares the advertising copy with you, you ask them a question that if I was to hear this entire ad on mute, does it work? That's the first test. If it does, that means your ad is simple and is visually communicating. The second question you need to ask is there an instance in this ad wherein I can create a disruptive visual device? Imagine if you're selling a shampoo and you showcase a girl who's upside down and her lovely long hair is flowing. Maybe that device will stick in your mind. Similarly, can you have such devices? And if you have such disruptive devices, one is your research will pick it up. So when we did this pre-testing for this ad, the single biggest truth we got was that it is this lying prostrate which works. Even if I don't see the remaining 25 seconds, it's okay. But context is important. So why this insight is important is that in all a smaller edit, so you will not run just a 30-second TVC. You run a 20-second TVC, you run a 10-second TVC also. The insight it gave us was that each smaller edit should contain this device of lying prostrate because that is the most important element of the ad. You will also have these 5-second mute tags which will run when you sponsor a particular soap. And the message it gave us was that 5 seconds also should have this visual of this guy lying prostrate. So this became a brand property which was built over time. Yes, and then zig when the world zags. So advertising in any category for any segment will have a playbook. The first thing you have to do is you have to throw that playbook away. If everybody is showing in a mustard oil scenario, people enjoying the taste, people licking their fingers, people's eyes burning because the mustard oil is so potent, a typical family setting, the first thing you have to do is that my advertising should not have any of these codes. Because remember, the market leader will be spending 10 times the money that you're spending. So the only way you can win is through thought leadership. Because you don't have resource leadership, you don't have infinite resources. So it is ideas that will win. And that's when you have to be disruptive. Hence, zig when the world zags. Try to be as fresh and original as you can in your communication. So advertise hero distinctive premium products, and the learning is that the cheaper ones will sell, but your image is driven by the expert products, the specialized products, and the sub brands. The cheaper products in the range are the ones which will sell. There is an element called fresh consistency. It's an oxymoron because consistency and fresh are two opposite ends of the spectrum. But you have to decide what to keep as you move from one campaign to the other. You have to decide what to update. You have to decide what to lose. There are elements you may want to lose also because consumers may have moved with the times. So your advertising tone, which was a particular tone 5 years back, may no longer be relevant. There are elements which you may need to add. You have to look at evolving culture, look at evolving narratives, consumer needs and competitive propositions, because you're not the only guy competing for her share of mind, right? You need to build on memory structure, not break it. So each ad of Dabur Amla needs to stick to non-stickiness, needs to stick to its property of the amla breaking and the drops falling. These are elements which memory structure has created. Each Amol ad has to stick to being irreverent. Yeah. Right. Explore negative emotions too. You'll find all ads being happy, joyful, pleasant, positive, but sometimes negative emotions like anger can also work. And the moment you explore that genre, you will break clutter. Yeah, can you play this one?
इनके चाची के यहाँ डिनर पे बुलाया गए जी डिनर अच्छा था चिकन शिकन पास्ता लजानिया डोनट मैंने कहा चलो कहानी ना लेवल की है कोई क्लास है कोई टेस्ट है बाथरूम में ओडोनिल नहीं था कमीजन की चीज नहीं है ऊपर से शुगर को खा दिया बिना लिफाफे के कहीं गर्लफ्रेंड में शादी तो नहीं होगी मेरी
तो भाई और बहनों ऐसा कोई आपके बारे में ना बोल पाए इसलिए बाथरूम में अवश्य लगाए ओडोनिल
आपने तो है ना क्लास
सभी लोगों के घर में हमेशा नजर आए ओडोनिल
So it starts with an angry lady. 90% people will not have the anger, negative emotion, fear in their ads, right? It should work visually without any audio, and yes, we said right on culture. Activation insight. So Pepsi has this zero sugar cola. Why do they call it Max? Because their entire premise is Max tastes no sugar. And with the word Max, they can have different brand activation properties around it. Properties like Max Your Music, Max Your Life, which works very well with the teen-centric TG, right? So you need to have these activation ideas also, which you can amplify. So I'll give you an instance. We were introducing a hair oil in the south, and we had an activation idea which was about the maximum number of people undergoing a champi at one point of time. So it is these activations also which you can use to amplify your brand. It's not just communication, segmentation, targeting, positioning. You can evaluate multiple contexts to distinguish your brand. Strategy insights. So upgrade the core. We talked about it, that with evolving consumer needs, evolving competition, you need to up your product ante. You then need to grow the core by launching extensions variants. So one single product will not be able to address the needs of the entire category. Hence you launch line extensions. So Dove began with a soap, but then it went into shampoos, and then after it tasted success in hair wash, they also went into skin care, and now they've gone to baby care. But the foundation is the soap. So you first launch variants of soap, and then you extend into adjacent categories. Yes, range extensions, variants to meet category needs. So we had an Odomos cream, which was the core product. We launched a gel stroke a lotion format for all those consumers looking for non-stickiness. We had a spray for women, for mothers who didn't like to touch the product. And we also had a band for those who were looking for their kids for something to play with. At the same time, they didn't want any non-staining, they didn't want staining on the clothes, etc. So from a cream, we added all these formats because we had to meet the entire spectrum of needs that different segments in the category would have. Yeah, can you play this out, please?
Uniform check.
Very bad. हमने क्या सीखा था? नींबू से बच के रहना और मस्त नहीं रहना तो घर पे रहना। नींबू से बच के रहना और मस्त नहीं रहना तो घर पे रहना। डेंगू के मच्छर दिन में काटते हैं, इसीलिए अपने बच्चों को ओडोमॉस लगाकर की भाग दीजिए। यानी ओडोमॉस नहीं पहनना तो घर पे रहना। ओडोमॉस नहीं पहनना तो घर पे रहना।
I think this is the wrong ad. I actually want to play one which showcased all the different variants, but I think the point you need to learn from this ad is this repetitive device. Nahi pehna to ghar pe rehna. Again, the twist in the device that you think that it is something he's forgotten to wear could be his shorts, but then you realize that it's the Odomos cream being talked about, right? But the point I wanted to make was that there is another ad which is devoted to showcasing, amplifying all the different formats that Odomos exists in apart from cream. Packaging insights. So packaging needs to be utilitarian. It needs to stand out on shelf. there are situations, there are times when you need to change your packaging graphics because modernity has moved, and sometimes your brand may be seen as fuddy-duddy. The colors may seem jaded. So the suggestion is that you should evolve and not radically overhaul packaging, because consumers recognize your brand through colors, through different packaging equities, and you don't want to throw them all away. So you have to simply evolve it rather than radically overhaul it. Which is why when Coke evolves its packaging, you will never find the contour bottle going away, or you will never find the red stripes going away. Yes, there will be modernity introduced, but it will be a systematic evolution. Thank you. This was it. Apart from this, I want to leave you with 2 minutes of advice, because you are all first year, second year students. You will soon be starting your corporate careers in the next 3 months or maybe in the next year. Stay humble, stay curious, almost like a toddler who keeps asking why. Ask all the questions you can. Try to learn, be a sponge, absorb ideas, because if you think that your mind is full and you're not open to ideas, you will never learn. And be agile, think on your feet. This institute is, I was telling Chetan sir that it's amazing. You should teach startups on how do you scale up, because you were one college, and from that anchor of a college, you have become 28 colleges in a span of 30 years in a challenging education field where symbiosis is a leader. So having become a strong number 2 in a Pune city to take on a well-entrenched leader is not easy. It requires resilience, it requires strategy, it requires patience, and it requires a lot of hard work. And this is something which you as personal brands also have to develop over time. Wish you all the very best, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are indeed very proud, Indira. Let's hear it for us, guys. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us various ways and strategies that a marketer can adopt to get his brand registered in the consumer's mind. And moving ahead, now it's the time for a panel discussion on the topic Reshaping India's Tech Growth Journey, Reshaping India's Tech Growth Story in Amritkal. And I'm absolutely delighted to have in our panel today Mr. Raj Chilkapati, Lead Solutions Architect, Amazon Web Services India Private Limited, and Ms. Anushri Sharma, Associate Director, Marketing, Harbinger Group. And the panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Advait Kurlekar, CEO, Upohan Management Consultants Private Limited. Let's hear it for our panelists and the moderator, guys. We also had Mr. Rajkumar Bhatt, Head Commercial and Infrastructure, Biz T1 and Distribution, Lenovo India, and Mr. Devendra Chugh, Senior Specialist Manager, Azure Data and AI, Microsoft Corporation India Private Limited. But due to certain exigencies, they could not be with here today. Maybe they'll join us for some other forum. Let's hear it for our panelists once again. So, a panel discussion on reshaping India's tech growth story in Amritkal. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. After this fantastic presentation on marketing, clearly if you see the topic given to us for our panel discussion is clearly out of syllabus, I have to say. And then when I was told that we have to moderate a discussion on this, and we have people from IT, Raj is handling sales, she's handling marketing, and I'm just a consultant, so I don't know what I'm doing here. But given that we have right now, we're running time, we have a flight to catch, so we'll try and finish before you have to leave. So while sticking on this whole thing about being out of syllabus, we'll talk about the IT growth and the Amrit Kal part of it. But because this entire brand slam is all about shifting paradigm and changing paradigm for branding and marketing. Maybe I'll start with you, Raj. Again, I'm strictly out of syllabus question, but you work with Amazon AWS, and I believe there's a story behind the brand name. Yeah, it starts with C, goes to A, and ends with C, as they say. So, can you sort of shed some light to our audience in terms of what this paradigm shift in the brand for Amazon happened?
Sure, and I think this was in the initial days. I don't know how many of you guys know what the original name that Jeff Bezos had thought about for Amazon.
I don't think anybody can guess.
Anybody can guess. Even I didn't know for a long time. So yeah. I think
any guesses?
You're close. You're close. It's not quite right. He said abracadabra, but you're close enough. But anyway, so I think when Jeff Bezos wanted to found a company that happens to be a technology company, but also happens to sell books, and the name he thought about for his company at that point of time was Cadabra. And he was very excited. He went and registered the name, and there's a website on it as well. But then I think he went and shared this idea with his, the legal partner. I don't remember who it was now. He said on the phone, "Hey, this is what I thought about for the company." And then the other person on the phone said, "What? Did you think about it as cadaver?" And we all know what cadaver means, right? And then it immediately dropped an idea, and then that's how the Amazon name has come to the company. And if you ever get a chance, go look at Cadabra. It still, I think, is an active website. But that's the story behind how Amazon came about. But Amazon is no longer the name Amazon, right? When you look at the arrow, right, you see from A to Z, I think you get, that's how it's usually known for. So that's the small story about the Amazon. But again, I have to give it to marketing at any point of time. I'll just share a story. My wife, of course, in her free time, watches a lot of these, the reels, Instagram reels, and all this stuff. So she happened. There was an ad that came up which said organic ghee. I don't know what that means. Okay, how organic can ghee be? But the marketing and the branding was so good, we ended up buying. I paid 3x of what I would have always spent, in a grocery store. And my wife didn't tell me this, and I was, she said, "Okay, try this. There's a new, the first thing that came to mind, dalda. I don't know how many people know about dalda." So this guy, I think he or she repackaged dalda into organic, ghee, and they made one hell of money there. So
they are definitely not going to like this feedback about their organic. Anushri, we're talking of paradigm shift in brands, and you work with Harbinger, you're heading marketing. You're one of the top 5 software companies which are Pune based, I would say, top 5. And you've just been through a rebranding exercise. Quickly take us through that story.
Thank you for the question. First of all, so when I'm like 1.5 years old in Harbinger, so when I entered...
The first thing you did is rebrand.
Yeah. So when I entered Harbinger, I was like, after 1 month or so, my CEO asked me, "Anushri, can you tell me what more we can do?" I said, "I have plethora of list, and the number one is let's have a rebranding." And trust me, we are 30+ years old company, and when you say, and the brand logo and everything is very close to the owner or the founder, and when you say that you want to change the brand or the logo, it's like changing your surname. Trust me, it's so hard, for a 30 years old company. But the thing is, we are 30 years old, young company. So when I said, Vikas, let's do it. Let's change the logo and let's give some modernity to it. After a thought, he was like, okay, let's go for it. And believe me, it was not easy because, we had this edge first, Harbinger edge. Then after that, we were like, okay, how do we want to project it? We are definitely 30 years, and IT is a very young talent kind of industry. It's like that. So I was like, okay, let's give something bold. Then it was like bold means. So it was like, because we are bold, we are fearless. Let's come with that thing, because we don't shy away from doing experiments, and that's how this red and blue came. And I'm wearing the logo also. So that's how marketing is. You wear your own logos. That is your identity. So that's how we started. That huge story. Rebranding is a very huge thing. But yeah, definitely I would like to pause here for other questions here, and we'll take it.
It's interesting that you mentioned about being attached to your brand and attached to a logo. I have an anecdote of one of our clients. And they hired a branding agency to do exactly this rebranding exercise, and they paid huge amount of money to that branding agency. 6 months of all the research that they do, Sangeeta will know. And finally, their verdict was, we'll stick to what we want. So,
No, actually, it's not easy, Advait, because like Mr. Ajay Motwani was saying that with your logo, with your signs, you are recognized in the market. Now you are changing the whole identity. Obviously, it's a big task. It's like starting from a scratch. But that's how the boldness says, that's how you take it. Yeah.
now let's come to the elephant in the room, as they say, given the topic that we have been assigned. And there's another brand name or brand which has suddenly come in vogue last 10 days, which is Amrut Kal. That's a new brand, right? The new logo. What exactly has happened in this budget because of this suddenly, especially the IT industry and the whole thing of digitization and digitalization? Everybody's so gung about that. What's your take on that?
I will not really attribute this to this budget itself. I think if you look at it for the past few years, and I usually refer to this as leapfrog, shift in how we are adopting technology. Right, everything that we do today, even advertising and marketing, that's core of the discussion here. I don't know how many people remember this ad that came in newspapers. There was a large digital hoarding in New York, and every time Emirates flight flew over New York or in that visual range, a kid he gets up, points it to the sky, and then he follows the aircraft. Right, I think that is the kind of a change technology is bringing into how impactful it is making everything that we do today. Right, so I would not really attribute it to this budget itself, and that also goes without saying. I didn't do a lot of homework on the budget, excuse me on that. So, but point is the overall five past 10 years, the advent of cloud, as we typically call it, has changed the way we look at things. How AI and machine learning, which once was impossible to be even thought of because it needed a lot of hardware, cloud has brought that into the foreground, and it's really changing the way we do things, the way we are doing today. Right? A lot of people, the moment we talk about AI, everybody talks about GPT, technology that's changing the world today. Right? How many of you are doing your assignments with this, the help of this new tool? Probably everyone. There you go. That's why you guys are sitting there. Right? So you all do the hard work and they do the smart work. Right? So that's how technology has been changing. And India, I think one of the cool things that I feel like, we Indians are probably nimble at what we do, right? We are being taught to do best with what we have as resources. And that mindset has really put us forward in the foreground to be able to drive that vision the Westerners probably have and how we have brought it to fore. Right? That's the thought I would like to share.
Sure. But fair enough, it's not just this budget, it's happening for the last 5-10 years. But both of you are in sales, you're in marketing. My definition of marketing or branding is that it makes sales redundant. That's the classic definition of marketing. I'm not saying redundant, but do you think that what India has gone through in the last 5-10 years in terms of technological leapfrog, has it sort of eased your job in terms of branding or marketing or sales?
Yeah, I would like to take this. So definitely, see, actually, we are living in an era. It's like sea of sameness. You know, we are in a sea of sameness everywhere. Everybody talking the same point. You know that yeah, we are good. We are good. We provide this. We provide that. But how do we differentiate? Same thing what Mr. Amit was saying. You know, initially in that session. So that's how this digital technology helps in marketing in a very big way. Like for example, in my case, we use lot of tools just to analyze what my customer are looking for, where they are going, how they are searching, what terms they are searching with. So a lot of things. Even we see, okay, if this guy came in this page, after that where. So sometimes I feel we are spies, like just like that. But that's how we have to, this all this digital technologies, they're helping us to actually refine our offerings, to define our things, how well we can, differentiate from our customers. So definitely it's helpful. And actually we are exploiting technology to our best level. So that's how we're placed.
After all, you're an idea.
Can I add to what she said? Right? That's exactly right. I think that's a great way of putting it forward. Right? Again, coming from AWS, cloud, comes to my mind whenever we talk about technology. That's how, for example, in the olden days, we used to only capture what we thought was necessary for forwarding our business. But with cloud advent, you can store everything, analyze everything, and sort of get the insights that we have not been able to think that we could get, and then add that machine learning, AI, deep tech, to the end. You actually can get answers to questions that we have not even asked. And that's basically where I think technology differentiates. And from an Amazon standpoint, we don't even talk about competition. Right? We only focus on our customers, and we say what really helps them reduce their technical debt, improve their overall value proposition. I think those are the two indicators that we require, and then we'll just work backwards from there, and then use technology in that space.
So you used the word, which all of us use, AI, ML, ChatGPT. How much of this has changed your life as a salesperson?
Oh, absolutely. You just heard, right? We are able to now do forecasts. We are able to personalize, like we heard before. The personalization was at a segment level before. Now I can actually personalize it for Raj, for Advait, for example, based on their online habits. What you watch as a video, I can actually put the next video in the reel for Advait, so that I get you custody.
Does it scare your customers?
It probably does. It probably does, because again, I have to blame technology, because I have a teenager daughter, and she finds so much energy to watch a phone throughout the day. But if I ask her to study once, she'll say, "No, Dad, I won't." Right. So that's the fear I have as a parent. So you're right. So there are both sides to it.
And how are you using AI, ML, Chat, GPT, whatever in marketing tools that you're saying you use digitization?
See, before answering that, I would just like to give you a practical scenario. See, the thing is, I have been, browsing this Myntra, and we all do online shopping and all these things. Now, just one search, best maybe footwear in the market. I'm just searching in Myntra, and then I didn't buy it. I just put it in my cart and just went out of that app. What happens generally? We all are aware, it follows us, right? Wherever we go. And sometimes I feel, is it like they know what I'm thinking? So that's the extent and the reach of technology these days are. You are caught. Once you've entered their space, they will follow you. So that's actually the advantage for the marketers. Definitely I'll take it as, because I'm a marketer, I'll definitely take it as that's advantage to me. But that's how we're all placed these days. Even your grandmother who's sitting in a remote village, she is now in Facebook, right? Maybe has given your friend request. You are scared of it, but that's how it is. Even when you open the Instagram, all the kitty parties photos of your aunties will be there. That's how you're placed. And even in Zomato, Swiggy, you don't know from where you're ordering. Is it a 4-star hotel or restaurant, or a tapri wala, they are also now in Zomato, Swiggy. So that's, how the use of technology people are doing, and for us marketers, we have to be present where our customers are. So I would definitely say that it has advantage, disadvantage, but for my fraternity, definitely it's an advantage. Yeah.
You mentioned about this Mintra and they keep following you. I'm sure that many of us would have got this WhatsApp joke that husband and wife were talking and suddenly husband sort of lowered his voice and cracked a joke and they started laughing and he said, why did you tell me this joke in a low voice? He said, no, even walls have ears. And then the last line was Siri laughed and Alexa laughed, kind of thing. So that's where we are on technology. But when we're looking at rapid growth in terms of technology advancement in this next 25 years that the government wants us to do, in your own view, are there any derailers or delimiters that will sort of we need to be concerned about?
I think no, as a straight answer. But if you look at the nuances, right, what ends up happening is, and this is usually something that also bothers me a lot, is sometimes we draw our own Lakshman Rekhas and then we try to figure out ways to circumvent it. And this is a common thing that I've seen across organizations, across government authorities, where they say, I cannot do this because we have a policy here. Hey, you put the policy there, and that is blocking you from growth. Let's try to look at the grassroots. I think that's one thing I would say is a detrimental blocker for us from rapid growth. But all said and done, I think India, the way we are growing, probably because thanks to technology, thanks to the kind of awareness we all have, and thanks to the leaders who are sitting there and listening to us, and they are changing the world for a better place.
You talked of Lakshman Rekha. Now, as marketer who's sort of very intensely using technology, what are your Lakshman Rekhas? We will go use technology till here and not so far.
See, definitely the privacy of the data. So that is our main. We actually give a lot of importance to that, and also the cyber security thing. So that's the two main things which I can make it out. Yeah, these are the two things which every marketer or any company, whoever, should actually give importance to and should look at it.
Can data be private?
I mean, so I can. Sorry.
People say if you have a smartphone, whether it's iOS or Android.
Exactly. I think the moment you interact with the digital device, right? It reminds me of an old grandma's joke when she was using a cordless phone, and telephones were very expensive at that point of time, and a huge bill came. And the innocent question she said was, "I thought it was not connected to anything," and she thought it was free, right? This is a Reader's Digest joke. I don't know how many people remember this Reader's Digest as a magazine. I used to read it when I was a kid. But point is, you have a phone in your hand. Chances are the phone is a product, but because you are using it, you are the product. That's what they say, right? If it's free, there is nothing called free in this world. If it's free for you, that means there is something that you're giving away, and I'm totally fine with it. I'm not doing anything shady on the phone, right? If I'm looking for a loan, if 10 people are vying for me on my feed, come on, I know I have options. Otherwise, I have to go to the nearest banya hall and say, give me a loan for 2 rupees a month, which is probably much worse than what I'm getting online. So, point is, if we can use the technology right, it's never a risk. Yes, data is a risk because of if you install an app which is not verified, then you have a risk of losing critical data.
You mentioned the reason I asked about data privacy. I remember good old days, early 90s, when mobile phones were still very, very rare and very, very expensive. I think 16 rupees a minute and that kind of thing. I was working in PwC, so I had one company owned kind of thing, and I was traveling on work from Mumbai to Pune. I used to work in Mumbai then, and the moment I crossed Panvel, it was Batata and then the idea and the original name here, AT&T in Pune, and I got a SMS saying that welcome to Maharashtra. And I said, here's my privacy gone. Somebody knows I'm traveling from Mumbai to Pune, that way. Okay. Now, beyond this Lakshman Rekha kind of thing, you mentioned about data privacy, you obviously mentioned about cyber security. But as a marketer, how would you most leverage this advent of technology in our lives?
So, like I said, we do that. It's almost in every space. Whether you say it's a restaurant business, whether you say tourism, whether IT, any type of marketing. I don't see that any marketer will still. I mean, they are still sticking to traditional ways of marketing. So that is already there. That is. And marketing, these days it's evolving like anything. It's very dynamic field. Something or the other. I mean, right now from I think December, January onwards, my LinkedIn feed is filled with only ChatGPT and now Bard. So that's how it's evolving. You have to keep your pace with that. That's it. That's how you have to. That's why I said, as a marketer, you have to be there in front of your customers in whatever form. You cannot escape it. That's a big fact of life, actually.
And I think one thing that has been really, surprising me is, we talked about all established brands a few minutes back about, O'Donnell and all that. If you open your Facebook feed or Instagram feed, what you are seeing is a relatively unknown, very new brands making a killing and giving the run for the money for the top brands, right? Because we are taking brand names very freely here. I can take one. Neiman's. There's a shoe brand, Neiman's. I've never heard of it. Because I keep looking for shoes, and that popped up in my screen, and those look so attractive. I'm this close to convincing my wife to buy them, because my wife has to decide where I keep those shoes, because I have more than my wife did. My wife does. So I think that's the paradigm shift we are seeing too.
And now you uttered that brand on the public address system, so you'll get more ads now. Now, you mentioned about digitalization. Now, in your view, from a marketing sales perspective, is digital, is it a vertical or is it a horizontal?
It's horizontal. It's definitely horizontal. I mean, even we look at digital transformation as a single focus, but how it is touching and changing the entire organization it's horizontal. It cannot be just at one place. We can digital transform marketing, we can digital transform analytics, we can digital transform operations, right? And there is technology everywhere. More importantly, it's no longer human managed. There is so much automation in all these processes that I can single-handedly, at the click of a button, I can deploy an application across the globe and be ready and cater to the world population. Because I usually use this analogy with all the folks I talk to. Today, when you think about an application, you are targeting millions of users from the world globe. No longer is it limited to India. No longer is it. You are catered to the global audience, and your expectation is that you have to keep data law, privacy, what do you call it, boundaries in your mind when you build an application and deploy it across the globe, right? So these are kind of things that that are really the ones that are deciding the future of our applications, right? So.
Yeah, actually, I think digital transformation is not limited to marketing or sales. Even it's in other departments. If you ask me, so we also have solutions for HR. Like we have automation tools and things for HR, like onboarding, recruit to hire.
Learning systems.
No, that's one part of it. But recruit to hire, all including every life cycle of an employee, or once you sit before an interview, from there it starts to the end exit interview. So that's how the digital transformation is entering, or digital technology is entering into every department, be it HR, marketing, sales, whatever. And it's important, I guess. That's how, if as a recruiter I know, so there are tools where we can analyze whether this person is fit for the job or not. So my half of the work is done, Okay, this is good, this person is recruitable, something like that. So that's how we are making our lives easy. And likewise, he said, it's all how you take it. So
we're running out of time. So one last question to both of you. If you close your eyes and want to do a technology forecast for India or the way technology is moving? What are the top 2-3 things that would come in your mind that ऐसा भी हो सकता है?
ऐसा भी हो सकता है.
I'll take this actually. So I feel machines and human will be working, side by side, and we talk about diversity. So that will be machine included in the diversity channel, and the leaders will be more on that okay, how to manage this machine and the human intelligence. So
Anushree, next time I sit with you asking you a question, first you're going to check me that I'm not a robot.
I think
you're going to give a captcha code.
Yeah, I mean it is quite possible. We talk about diversity, inclusion. Machine will be included in the diversity part, and then we have to cope up with it actually. So that's the thing.
Yeah, I think if I look at it from an India perspective, applications like COVID, what the world has said it is impossible to be done at India scale because we talk about billions. And somebody forecasted that it takes about 8 years to vaccinate everybody. But with the help of COVID, I think the application, the way it was built, only think that India is going to lead the application and the innovation that the world needs. And I'm already seeing it. Like COVID was sort of open sourced for the rest of the world to leverage because the platform was so robust. And I feel very proud because myself and a few of my folks from AWS have been behind this. It runs on AWS essentially, right? So that's the next thing. Global scale applications that will come from India. That's one thing. More of machine learning and AI technologies are going to change the way we do things. Not necessarily that it takes the jobs away, it just makes you better. So I just saw there's an article saying just by entering text, it actually there's actually an outcome of a painting. One of my friends shared that. Well, somebody said it could now kill the jobs of an artist, but I feel it will make everybody an artist. So that's the way to look at it, right? So yeah, AI, ML, global scale applications are the ones that I see are going to be the.
I'm glad you mentioned COVID and back to this COVID thing because we all had these QR code certificates of vaccination, and the most developed country, which is US, had a handwritten certificate. Yeah, so that's the big difference.
Yeah, I had. So yeah, really big round of applause for that. I had to carry my handwritten card to show in the airports. And when I came to India, that was the second phase. Thankfully, I'm still here talking to you guys. But when I came to India during that time, when COVID was there, I just had to flash that app, and I was so surprised, and I really take pride in that. So thank you for that, really.
So I did for this last question, but I'm taking my for this really last question now.
Absolutely.
Because you mentioned COVID, this technological leapfrog that we're talking about. Would it have happened without COVID, or did COVID further accelerate this?
COVID actually accelerated it. And more importantly, cloud. Sorry guys, I keep mentioning cloud because I think that is the real juice behind the acceleration that we are seeing today.
So okay, as long as you mentioned cloud and don't say AWS.
No, because I want to be democratic here, but AWS is the leader in this space anyways. I don't have to really mention that because I come from AWS. I don't want to really say great things about AWS myself. I want to hear from the world. But point is that yes, the kind of growth that we have been able to see, if it was not for AWS, imagine being at home, not having access to the Zooms of the world, the LMSs of the world. I think the students would have had the best time of their lives, but thanks to the parents, they will still be able to make you sit 8 hours or 6 hours in front of a laptop, whether you're studying or not. But the point is, technology made it possible.
And institutes like Indira were ahead of the curve on technology. On that,
absolutely. A big round of applause to Indira. Right, so.
Actually, I feel that this started with the time of demonetization. If you see with that, UPIs and all these things came. So definitely COVID actually accelerated all this technological adoption and all. But I feel that's how this started. Digital India, we talk about Digital India, and by the way, I would like to share this that I was reading somewhere that UPI, real-time transaction, we are the world's largest. That's commendable. I mean, people, even all this sabzi walas, this my maids, they also take their salary, their things over this payment options, so that's really great. I mean, I would like to actually applaud on that okay, wow, I mean, we are going a far way better, world's largest. This is something this means.
Absolutely. I think, I used to have tough time paying money in the US, especially digital transaction. I had to still cut checks or, ACH, those are kind of payment options. I'm glad to know, I think somebody was mentioning this, that now the UPI, even foreign Indian born or Indian citizens can make UPI payments from outside. Now, if you have your siblings or parents living abroad, now you got better pocket money now.
Slowly, I think RuPay is getting international, I think.
That's what I heard, yes.
Okay, I think I haven't opened my mobile to ask questions which I originally thought, but this has been a very insightful and educative kind of discussion. Thank you so much. If we still have 1 or 2 minutes, if there's any questions from the students, I'm sure my panelists will be happy to take those.
There is nothing called a stupid question. The only stupid question is the one that you don't ask. Yeah, we already answered those.
Okay, before the question, let me add something. So no, we all talk about placements, getting placed. Even during this lunch table, some gentleman was saying that, madam, the students, when they come from college to corporate, they are not well prepared. So, I was actually listening to that, and I was like, no, it's not like that. College gives their best, student gives their best. The only thing is they don't exactly know how to project those things when it comes to actually delivery. Say, for example, when people are coming for recruitment to your college, and you just show your simple resume. Will it work? That's actually a deal. 25, 20 years back, we all used to do the same thing. Now what? No, we are talking about digital technology. I'm related to that same. I would like to advise all of you here, all the students here, that okay, do something which is visible. Like maybe make your own blog, website, something in YouTube. Tell them why you should be hired. Because trust me, there is again sea of sameness. What I said before. We all look like same, in the CVs. What is the difference? If you share some links of your work, of your actually what you have done in the past or you have done in your own college, even this seminar, which is again very good, so definitely it all adds to your things. Go in LinkedIn, watch your hiring manager, what they are doing, connect with them. There are a lot of things which you can do and can showcase in your resume. So I think let's go off from traditional marketing resume, what you actually do, just simply putting those things and come out with something new. So that's what I would like to share.
Can I? Guys, I want you guys to think big. Okay, Amazon has the 40 leadership principles. One of them is think big. Don't prepare resumes. Prepare an idea for a company. You be the next CEO of that company. You hire us. We are happy to work for you again. Yeah, this is for yourself. This is for yourself. So yeah, think big, go big. You're still young. I think you have a lot of ecosystems that are supporting you. So even if, don't waste a lot of money, but even if you think there is a remotest idea that you have, try it out, fail. And AWS and cloud makes it easy for you to fail fast. And you don't have to waste money. So I wish I had access to AWS when I was younger. I would have failed, but still I would have known that I'm a failure. But it's not the case with you guys. So I wish you all the best there.
Free cloud credits for the students?
Absolutely. Anybody wants to try it out. AWS has programs where you can get a few dollars of credits where you can quickly try it out. And I can challenge you guys. I can take a picture of this room right now. Give me 5 minutes. I can create a website. That can be exposed to the entire world. And you don't even have to spend $1 on it. So that's a power of it.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being patient, audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all the panelists. That concludes our panel discussion with great thoughts and opinions from the experts working in some of our favorite brands. I would like to thank our panelists for their valuable insights and engaging discussions. I would now like to announce that we have a short 5 minutes of bio break. We'll just resume after 5 minutes. I request all the students, please be seated. The break is for all the guests. Please be seated.
मजा आएगा. थोड़ा लाइट्स बंद कर दो यार. प्लीज लाइट्स कम करो यार. लाइट्स कम करो. जो पीछे सोए वो भी उड़ जाएंगे. Right? Okay, that's better. Wonderful. Thank you. We have started Indira Grand Slam in the morning. I think, how many of you all were present in the morning? Please put up your hands. Okay, so less than half of you all were present. The thing is, we had some fabulous speakers in the morning. Some of you all have been witness to both, so you're lucky. And I'm going to take this opportunity. We have had a very, very experienced advertising, marketing, branding leader, iconic leader from the country who's still here with us. She's decided to become a student today. She said, I've finished. She's the chief guest. We are lucky to have our chief guest still with us this morning, who's here. Ms. Sangeeta Chako, who is the head corporate communications for Percept. You have heard of Percept advertising? Yeah? Anyone? Anyone? Have you heard of Percept? Yes? No? What? Come on. Somebody, okay, great. Then ma'am is here to tell you about Percept. Percept is, I would say, as in her own words, India's #1 homegrown advertising company, which is still not been acquired by a global or a MNC. And of course, how many of you have heard of Sunburn? Abhi koi connection? Samajh aaya? So Percept are the people who have created the iconic Sunburn, and ma'am's going to tell you more about that till our next speaker from Nike is ready to come up. So ma'am, all over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so hi guys. I did not turn around at that time and see how many of y'all were there in the morning. Oh my God, I'll have to twist the story a little now. Okay, so like I was introduced very kindly again for the second time. So I'm what you call a filler. You know, the movie stops and there's a glitch, etc. So I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try and reinvent the story again. We talked about the journey of Sunburn. We talked about Percept. And I very rightly said that we are the only Indian company that's not been bought out. And very proud to say that, because years ago, I remember when I got opportunities after school, because 80% of people from my school literally go abroad and never come back. That's the history of Cathedral, even from my college. But I always said 20 years ago, for some strange reason, it's like Winston Churchill said, once upon a time, before we got independence, he said, as long as the sleeping dragon and the sleeping tiger never wake up, the West still have a chance. The day China and India wake up, the West is over. And as you can see, his words are finally coming true. Always been very proud to be an Indian. Never left this country, have no intent of going, but I don't mind taking brands which have been created in India, like Sunburn, to the world. Okay, so that's my take on being a very proud Indian. Coming back to Percept and the story of Percept, the founder, Mr. Harindra Singh, created this out of scratch. Okay, so the story is very interesting. When he came out of college, he was working with an ad agency, and over some small minor matter differences, etc., he decided that he had a choice of going abroad, because if you remember in the 80s, doing an MBA was a very big thing, okay? I'm not saying it still isn't, but that was your only option in terms of advanced studies. So if you did an MBA, you got a great job, and if you didn't, well, okay, you know, you never reached the top cadre. But somehow at that time, he said, why don't I just turn entrepreneur? It was not very normal to become an entrepreneur in the 80s. Your parents looked down upon you. It's like if you said, I'm going to be a cook. Now today, because of MasterChef and all, it's so cool to say, I'm going to be a chef. At that time, your parents would kick you out and say, Bawarchi banoge kya? So the options that you guys have, if you say, I'm going to be a gardener, I'm going to be a landscaper, you don't say gardener, you say landscaper, you say chef. There are so many amazing options that you have. The good thing is that he did get into it. Many of us got jobs because of Percept. And what we did was, okay, so one of the reasons why we never collapsed and we never died is because right in the beginning, we realized it was just a flagship 3-member ad agency, okay? The 12,000 rupee capital burnt out very quickly. And what we realized very quickly was that don't stay in one pipeline of business. Had we remained in advertising, so I'll make it quick. I believe the next presentation, we're almost set to go. So I'll give a few tips that I didn't share in the morning. Had we remained in one business, purely advertising, we would have been dead or bought out a very, very, very long time ago. But the reason why we survived, we even survived through COVID, is if you're smart, have multiple pipelines of business. So today there are 6 ad agencies, 2-3 PR agencies, media buying, traditional media, digital media, a film company, because over a period of time we realize you can do transactional business up until a certain point, and then you get exhausted, right? You do a campaign, come out, the money is used up. But if you own an IP, like Disney, like Sunburn, etc., you can monetize it even when you cannot get out of bed and go to work. That's the advantages of having an IP. And when you have something like a movie IP, you can monetize music, you can monetize shots of the movie, and you can just go on making money. And that's how we got into the movie business and the Sunburn. And like Sunburn, which has become a big success now, you also have we said, you know what, Sunburn caters to what, about 5% of the Indian market, electronic dance music. But you know what's more popular than international electronic dance music? Can you guess what really works in this country? Take a wild guess. There are no wrong answers. What kind of music works in India? Bollywood music? Come on, Bollywood music. Like you go to the clubs, they're playing the international music, it's all good. And then after 2-3 pegs down, what? Oh, yes, you all can all relate to that, right? A few pegs down, and then comes Bollywood music, and everyone's on the dance floor. Inhibitions are anyway out of the window after those 2 pegs, and Bollywood music. So we have Bollywood dance music. So everything that we've done with Sunburn, we have, which is a success. Like I said, it hit rank 10 last week, an Indian brand. So when we came out of the DJ Mag rankings last week, we've had the toughest 3 years in our life where we've had shutdowns, we've had lockdowns. You could not do a live event. The entire world had shutdowns, but even in that shutdown time, that is the time we really expanded. We went into Sunburn Academies, brand extensions, Sunburn Vodka. And I asked the team, why are you working so hard and having so many brand extensions? Because they said, we're locked down, we can't do events. So now this is the best time that you can do everything else but events. We use the time well, and that is how we jumped from 27 to number 10, the only Indian brand. It's so funny because when you look at all the other brands there, Tomorrowland, Ultra, Coachella, etc., and then you have just one name, Sunburn, and then you have only one India amongst a name of 99 other names, which are US, UK, Spain, Romania, and whatever. No other brand there. So, like I said, very proud to be there. Now, I think we're ready to go with the next presentation. So, I'm not going to run the Sunburn AV because that's a whole 5 minutes. We'll save it for another day, hopefully, when I'll be back. But I think we can now introduce the next speaker and take it forward. And guys, in business, build multiple pipelines. So even if COVID comes, COVID came to down the events business, it could not take down advertising and media. Similarly, if advertising goes down, it cannot take 15 pipelines down. So one of the smart things in life is have multiple brand extensions because all 15, 20 pipelines can never go down at the same time, yeah? So have future proof, basically. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for covering it up. Moving ahead, it is my privilege to introduce our next speaker to you all, Mr. Siddhant Narayan, Head of Marketing, Nike. Sir is a C-suite professional, growth marketing pioneer, digital transformation champion, brand evangelist, passionate leader, and a sports lover.
Sir has over 16 years of exemplary track record in accelerating business profitability and growth by driving go-to-market strategies. Sir is currently the head of marketing of one of the biggest and the most powerful brands in the world, which is Nike. Prior to Nike, Sir was the Chief Marketing Officer of OnePlus Mobiles. Back in 2015, Sir was also the youngest member of Reliance Jio leadership team and played a key role in building the strategy plan of that organization. Sir has delivered mission-critical outcomes by steering disruptive and innovative marketing strategies. Due to his exemplary contributions, Sir has been voted as the top 50 most influential marketing leaders of 2021 by Business World India. Sir, I request you to please come on stage and address our audience.
Stop कर issue with audio, right? Audio अभी हुआ था ना लगा था जस्ट इसके पहले तो था वो आवाज दोबारा के देख लो एक बार चल रही है मैटर को वापस दिखाना है वॉल वर में काढा ना तो पण त्याला बाहेर दुसरा टाका टाका आवाज कैसे ज्यादा हालत का प्लाव बोल देते थे अगर उसका साउंड नहीं चला तो ये लगाने को बोला है ये वाला लगाने तो ये वाला नहीं ऑफ लगाना है इसको कनेक्ट करा पर ऑडियो कसा दिला ऑडिओची वायर कोणती दिलावा नाही
not true. चढ़ा है बुखार बाटी करनी लगातार मेरे यार दिल चार जिंदगी के तुझी ले हो जाओ तैयार ये गाना है ऑन रिपीट देखो बजती है बीट न पड़े तुम भी ले मासूम भुला के कोई स्टेप्स ना बना के हाथ ऊपर उठा के पूरी जान लगा के सारे 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 That's not true. Everybody listen now. Not true. Everybody listen now.
Good evening, everybody. How's everyone doing? Because I tried so hard to manifest this video the way I was supposed to, that's why it didn't work out. And the irony of the matter is that the session before this was about digital transformation. No, but honestly, on a very, very important note, I'm so happy to be here. I really want to extend my gratitude and thanks to everyone from the Indira group. It's been wonderful, and I've been very fortunate and privileged to be part of many sessions like this. But this one looked very, very interesting to me because I think the professionals who spoke before me, and they set it up so beautifully in the sense that they spoke about marketing, consumer segmentation. Sangeeta did a great job in just being a great filler. Oh my God, you did a phenomenal job, right? But honestly, Mr. thank you so much for being here. What we'll do in the next, I think 30-35 odd minutes, I'll try and keep it as tight as possible, is to try and inspire you. I'm just going to use that one word over and over again, right? I think keeping all my work aside, I'm filled with gratitude because about, I don't know, roughly 16, 17 years ago, I don't want to reveal my age too much, but I love the city a lot. I studied, oh my God, this is blazing right at my eye. Wow. Okay. I spent my entire life in building videos. आज पहली बार किसी ने मेरे पे इतना flashlight लगाया. All right. Okay. So I kind of studied in this city. I have a lot of affinity towards the city and a lot of gratitude. And every time I have an opportunity to speak to students and inspire students from the city, I never say no. So this is going to be a very interesting session, and I'll take you along the way, and we'll try and make it engaging. Does that work? Yeah. I skipped my black coffee for a Red Bull, so I'm high. Right? Okay, so I hope that you guys are going to be riding this wave with me. Sounds good? Alright, and you have to promise me that there's not going to be tech glitches, yeah? Right. Okay, if anything goes wrong, I am to be blamed, not him. I'm kidding, because I made the presentation the way I made it. Alright, let's go ahead. Right, so I just decided to call this New Beginnings. All of you all here are at the start of something very special. Today, each of us are here to experience something very interesting. And what you hear today, what you're going to experience today, and the people who've spoken today are of such high pedigree, right? That I'm really hoping that whatever we are sharing today is just something that you all can walk away with immense pride. And somewhere along the lines in your journey, you will find all of these helpful. So think of this as the start of something very, very new. And hence, this is my invitation for each of you all to walk with me for the next 30-35 minutes as we go into the journey of inspiration. Sounds good? Hands up at the last row. Okay, thank God I didn't go after lunch. Alright, next slide please. Alright, so this is the way I've tried to structure it. It's just like a 102 slides presentation. I'm kidding. We have four small sharp sections that we do. We talk at a macro level to begin with, right? At a 30,000 feet level, what's happening around the world. And this is going to take a little bit about from what we just spoke in the beginning on digital transformation, whatever you heard in the panel talk, right? And then we talk about what's happening here and now. This is the best time to be in India, right? What's happening with the consumer in India. And finally, I'll share a little bit of insights into building iconic brands and the roles that people play. A lot of technical details has already been shared by the gentleman who spoke earlier. So I won't touch too much on the technicalities, but we'll take questions on the way. Does that sound okay? Lovely. Okay. So now from macro level, right? Let's see what's happening in the world, or where we see the world headed, right? Yeah. Next slide, please. So every time we cover an important piece, right? I feel that as presenters, sometimes we get so engrossed in our own work and in our own presentation that we fail to understand how much the other person is absorbing, right? We don't give them a chance to absorb. So what we're going to do is that you will see this slide come up every time, after every section. And this slide is a 13-minute, 30-second break that is going to allow you to absorb what we've just shared. Does that work for all? Sounds like a decent formula? And if I don't hear yeses, then which means that I'm doing a terrible job up here. Right. Alright, okay, go on. Right. 2025, what can we expect out of the world, right? And if you see, the style of this deck is very digital first in itself, right? So in 2025, we're expecting 5 billion augmented reality users, 70 billion connected devices. Just looking at the numbers, right? I'm not going to go through each of the bullet points. Each of you all can read kya kya ho raha hai yahan pe, right? Can you go to the next slide, please? This is very interesting. Across the world, 80% of transactions are going to happen on mobile, and it was the irony of the matter is that Amazon, one of the biggest organizations in the world, was just before this. So 6 billion smartphone users, over 75% of mobile internet users, right? Which is very interesting, right? Because penetration is happening at a very incredible pace, and 51% year-on-year rate of the app market. Now, what does that last part tell you, right? The last part tells you that the fact that there are going to be newer opportunities for own brands to develop their own customer journey, right? It's not just going to be on third-party platforms, right? If you have something that you are building, you have an opportunity to put it out there and test the market. That's a very interesting insight that's going to happen in the next couple of years. Right, next please. Essentially, whatever the last two slides spoke about, this is where it's going to land, right? Right. So the panel talk before this gave a very, very interesting insight into connected experiences, right? So this is essentially, in a couple of years, all things are going to be, it's going to be a connected world with digital first experiences. And can anyone just tell me quickly as to what does this slide mean to you? Just raise your hands. Just what does this slide mean to you? When I say a connected world with digital first consumer experiences, what does that mean to you? Opportunities. Actually, I like that word really. Incredible answer. Who else? Come on, he's got us going. Yeah.
Whole world as a marketplace.
Wow. Did you study for this course? Not bad. Very interesting. I like that answer. The whole world as a marketplace. Yes. Metaverse. Okay. Technology is a given. It's a given. It's a good answer. It's a given. What else? I'm liking the sides. By the way. Okay. I'm already biased here. Sorry. Exploration. Okay. Interesting. What else? Globalization. Okay. I think now, if I had to just pick these words, right? I mean, whatever we heard, right? Metaverse, right? Globalization, right? And just pick these words, these key words that are coming up: marketplace, right? Opportunities. Essentially, each consumer is going to have a distinct consumer journey, right? And that consumer journey is going to be defined around an ecosystem. Everything that we are engaging with will become an ecosystem. You will be in a position to talk to your devices before you reach your residence or reach your workplace, right? And the one thing that is going to be the center of all of this is your handphone. Exactly. That's how it's going to move, right? Which is going to be very interesting. I'm not saying that the shopping is going to only be digital. I'm saying that the consumer's experience will change quite dramatically, right? Okay, go on. Next slide, please. That took a really long time. All right. Okay. So now we've seen about what's happening in a global landscape, right? And now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what's happening in this country. And I promise you that the next couple of slides, jo aap dekhoge na, you're going to really enjoy this part. This is my favorite part because one thing I'm really proud of, even having worked in all these global brands, I guess American, European, etc., all these global brands, is the fact that I have an Indian passport, right? That's one of the things that I'm extremely proud of, right? And 15 years ago, it was very different in nature, right? And now it's almost becoming an advantage for us, right? So what you're going to see in the next couple of slides will give you a very simple perspective as to what's happening in a very raw India. All right. This is self-explanatory, right? We all know what this is, right? But next, we are more than just numbers, right? And why am I saying that we are more than just numbers, right? The fact that it's as a nation, right? We also have our attributes, we also have our values, right? And how we are shopping, how we are consuming content is changing dramatically, right? Next slide. Does anybody, I've carefully chosen the image at the back, right? This is a very mindful image that I've chosen for this particular slide. And can anyone firstly, I think it's a fairly easy one. Do you know which image this is? And the reason I've chosen this particular image in itself is because, firstly, yes, India is in the midst of a revolution. There's no doubt about that. Okay, and I'll tell you why. We have a very irreverent point of view. We don't call global plug and plays anymore. We define what's right for us, we define what's not right for us. We want global brands to come to India and customize their offerings to the way we like it. Right? It's not just the case of importing something that is coming from global. Right? It's about what we are creating. And as I share examples in the next couple of slides, you'll really start to vibe with me. So this particular movie, Rang De Vasanti, right? This was actually one of the breaking points of art in India. What this did was create a revolution. And I remember and I use this image quite distinctly because I was studying, I was a student when this film dropped. Right? And at this point in time, the youth woke up. They said this is okay, it's not okay anymore. Right? We can't be dealing with things like this. And that's when it kind of really broke away, saying what works for us and what doesn't work for us. And that actually paved the way tremendously. Art actually played a very instrumental role in our lives. We undermine it. Right? Go on. Okay, this is going to be the funniest 3 slides, I promise you. Whenever I'm meeting someone who's not from this country, I just tell them that, then they ask me, hey, India is this, India is that, and the first thing I tell you that, India is not a land of snake charmers, get it out of your head, right? We're done with that ecosystem. So this is India in 3 slides, right? Slide number 1. God, India. I'm not going to give any commentary, okay, for the next couple of seconds. Next. People, India. Next. Color. Holi is coming up soon, huh? Color India. Next. Okay, we can pause here for a second and go back for a second. What does this tell you? Diversity. This side, come on. Sorry? Culture, okay. What else? Tradition, okay. Sorry? I can't hear it, sorry. Shades of color, okay. Unity, okay. Interesting. The one thing that whenever I listen to all these responses, I know all of them are right, obviously, right? And one thing I've learned in life that there's no right or wrong. It's all about perception, right? It's all perception, right? The way I see things and the way you see things, it's just different. There's no right or wrong, right? It's all perception, right? The way India is kind of transforming right now, and the way we are separating ourselves consciously from the global ecosystem is very, very, very inspiring. Right? And new age brands built in this nation are vibing with this, right? And next slide. This talks about in a snapshot on what's happening on digital. I'm not going to spend time on this. This is too much of data to absorb right now. But if you see the entire paradigm from a population point of view to an internet, smartphone, online buyers, active social media users through mobile phone. I really hope you guys are not on your social right now. You aren't, right? Okay, alright. So, the last part is very interesting, right? 310 million people are using social on mobile. It's 1.6x times of the United States, right? If you have a business on social, you're winning already. You're ahead of the curve. Interesting? Works? Alright, let's go ahead. Yeah, simply put, Meta is doing really well. Google is doing very well with YouTube. And LinkedIn is exploding. Oh my god. And I have 5,000 LinkedIn requests in the last 48 hours. But the idea is that what I'm really observing LinkedIn as a platform is that it's giving people a point of view. They're able to express their identity in a much more controlled manner, right? And that's the power that's coming to your hands from a platform, a tech platform, right? So it's important that we use it very, very wisely. And the way we engage, and this is allowing us an opportunity to connect with people we don't even know. So what does that mean? The way you position yourself as a marketer becomes very, very essential on the other side, right? You're talking to people you don't even know. Agree with me so far? Yeah, I promise this gets interesting. And because I'm guessing all of you are wondering that he's coming from Nike, he will show fantastic Nike ads. I know that. I also like to build a bit of drama. It'll come here. I promise. Alright, go on. Okay. I promised you this will come up again, right? Any commentary from you all so far? What does it tell you? India's hyper digital landscape. Come on. What did that last two slides tell you on where digital is moving and how social is playing an impact? Are you guys with me? Any thoughts? Because data is so much, right? When you have to absorb data, it becomes very difficult in nature, right? When you throw data at people, it becomes very overwhelming. So that's why it's important to take some time off, right? Not use a pivot table on an Excel sheet and just go have a coffee break. This is the coffee break, right? So what do you feel like expressing right now when you see so much of digital transformation happening in the country? You're adapting to the ecosystem. That's actually a really great answer. We're adapting to the ecosystem, right? And that's going to be one of the ways that we are going to be engaging with brands in the future. That's going to be one of the ways that brands are going to be engaging with us as well, right? And I'll talk to you a little bit about that point. It's a very interesting point. That ecosystem, that word is very, very critical in nature. Right, go on. Now we talk about what's happening with the consumer, right? We spoke about 30,000 feet Samnidika, what's happening in the world. We saw a little bit about what's happening in our country, right? And we'll talk a little bit about what's happening with the consumer, right? Obviously, right, India is one of the youngest countries in the world, 469 million youth of the nation, very, very vibrant future, right? But what are those attributes that the consumer is showing today? Next, please. Right. So when you build a brand, right, from a consumer's point of view, right, step one is to, anybody? Connect with the people. Okay, connect with the people. Be loud, come on. R&D, okay. Gain their trust, interesting, okay. Awareness, okay. Know the market, okay. Understanding the consumer. Like, I'm going to give you a small hint, right? This topic was touched upon in the presentation before me. Okay. Segment. No, that was too easy. I would not give you such an easy answer. Alright. What else? Ideas. Okay. So, I'm going to hold on to all of these responses that you all have given me. So, when building or elevating brands, step one is to fair. If I'm talking to you, I need to know who you are and what you stand for. And the way I will do it depends on what I'm trying to market. Fair starting point? Yeah? I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible and not go into a lot of theory or potluck. Works? Alright, okay, go on. Right. So these are the like, what is your consumer like? Are they inspired by tech? Are they inspired by sport? Are they inspired by content or music, or it could be anything, right? We spoke like we heard about sunburn, right? Music is actually a great example, right? It's a form of art where we're inspiring consumers. The power of music is global in nature, right? Or it's content or sport or tech, it could be anything, right? So identifying your consumer and what are their attributes is very, very important. And how does this happen? Like digital platforms are giving us those insights. Are you guys with me so far? Yeah, I get very worried when the lights go off and I can't see you guys. Alright. Okay, next. Okay, very interesting. The next couple of slides, I'm just going to quickly go through what's happening with the consumer, right? हमने देखा कि attributes है, but when you talk about a consumer in India, right? I love this term, Indianness. A lot of global brands are adopting this term as well, right? Indianness क्या है? ये देसी वे क्या है? One, go on. Next. We are culturally very connected. Or agree? Next. Very independent. A great example right now. Great example. We're just observing, right? A lot of young couples are getting married and choosing to live away. Very interesting. But they're getting married with traditional Indian customs. Yes or no? Very interesting. Just an observation. This is evolving trend. Next. Brand conscious, value driven. This is where we become hardcore desi. Right? We will want to pay, we will spend 20 minutes to search for a discount code and spend 2 minutes to buy that product. So that 22 minutes का आपका time होता है on the platform. Right? But what's interesting is that when you like a brand and when brands stick with you, you will pay full price. Right? Is that true? And as you guys grow and as you guys evolve, as you guys get associated with different brands, you will want to do that. Right now we are doing a checklist, right? We're doing a checklist. If this checks my box, right, I will pay the price for it. Value in India is not necessarily premiumness and phenomenal design. Value in India is functionality and usage. Right? That's one separating factor between the Indian consumer and the global consumer. Works so far? Next. Oh my god, I don't know how to explain this. Right? You saw all the ads before this, right? The one with Akshay Kumar, the one with the Odom ad, all of that, right? So I don't know how to explain this point, right? When you have content that is striking an emotion, you're building a brand that has an emotion, it actually makes a very, very big difference in your life. Right? So be very, very clear as to what the consumer really wants. Go on. Very simple. Fair? We have to be treated differently so far. Are you guys vibing with me so far? Somebody told me a very funny thing, and I'm pretty sure it's not true. That I think a year ago, someone told me this that, when Kentucky Fried Chicken, right, KFC, when they actually were so desperate to launch in India, right, and they had to expand their presence in India, they actually went to Gujarat and opened a vegetarian outlet. I don't know if it's true or not, but it made me think, saying, my God, that I wish this was true. But that means that we made them we really pushed them to that limit, right? But I really hope it's not as well, because rumors come and rumors go. But the thoughts, like these kind of things when you hear is very interesting, right? India needs to be treated very, very differently in nature. Yeah, go on. Yeah, basically the consumer has, like you see the Indian consumer has high expectations, right? Best product, service, access and value for money. हमें सब कुछ चाहिए. Like we want the world and we want it on discount. Raise your hands, everybody who buys on discount. Okay. Wow, I was really hoping कि number होगा यार. Very interesting. So this is how it happened, and that's the way it works, right? So pricing strategies make a very big difference. At what price you are launching your product becomes very different it becomes very critical in nature. Works so far? All right. Okay, go on. Yes. So time to pause and reflect. And anyone who's sleepy so far can please wake up and tell me what have you dreamed about so far. No, I know this is a hard session. You all have been sitting there for a long time. It's not easy to absorb so much. And that's one of the reasons why I kind of put this slide up every time, so that it allows people to breathe into the presentation. Right? It allows people to breathe in and take a break and ask what you want to ask, or I can move on from here on. Can I move on? Yes. Lovely. Okay. In the interest of time. Next slide. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Right? I was deciding on what to talk about and at what level to talk about in terms of building iconic brands. Right? I've been part of good teams that have done pretty well over the years in terms of understanding consumers and building brands. But I talked to you just in a nutshell as to what are and how to keep things very simple. We've already covered some very interesting topics earlier today, so it allows me the flexibility to just keep it very simplified even more. Right? Next. Okay. This is for just a random guess for everybody out there. Right? Can anyone tell me what does that slide depict? What does the global map depict? Loudly. Distribution of Nike product. You went straight to the point. Okay. No, I would not brag about Nike so much. No. What's next? Sorry? Economically stable countries. Interesting. Economically stable countries. Okay. What else? Urbanization. Okay. Anyone from the first row? Faculties and delegates. Come on. Alright, let me put them on the spot. Come on. I promise you love the answer. Language, okay. Last attempt. Come on, who's this? Online? Okay. What else? Non-communist countries. You really went hardcore, man. Oh my god. Okay, non-communist countries. Okay, next slide. Give it away. You were the closest one. You were the closest one. Do you see this? I just had to put a random map in front of you and ask you a question. And look where the mind went. Right? This is so interesting. This is how content is created. Now you guys are interested, certainly in the presentation. Right? Because if you start using some keywords and throw it in there, and then it just starts to become a very interesting space. So this is essentially the future. Look at this. Right? And then look at this. Incredible, isn't it? Yeah? Tells you something about us, right? I really hope you're not doing it right now. But it tells you something, right? So interesting. Very interesting, right? Which really means that, you know what? And what I really like about this, honestly speaking, is this is not restricted to tier 1. This cuts across the country. That's what I'm very proud of. Right? This cuts across all tiers. Right? And that's why I opened with that video, which took 3 attempts, but that's how it actually happened. Right? But that's how, for everything that's global, there's something that's Indian as well. Works? Can I go on? Yes. Alright. Okay, next. Okay, so when creating brands, right, I'm just going to give some basic thumb rules, right? I'm not diving too deep into this. Please. Yeah, keep it simple. Identify which phase of the life cycle you are at. Right? It's very important. Right? For example, when somebody asked me this question at Nike, I gave a different response. When somebody asked me this question at OnePlus, I gave a different response. When I was part of the founding team of Reliance Jio, I gave a different response. Identify the brand and where the brand stands in the life cycle. at what stage it is. Your entire strategy will depend on what you want to do from there on. Are you revamping the brand like we spoke about the Harbinger case study before this? Or are you resetting the brand? Are you changing or teaching to become a youth brand? Whatever you're doing, right? Understand that it's important to understand the life cycle where the brand stands. Then you build the awareness. Don't start by putting 350 crores on an IPL campaign, you will fail. Right? I guarantee you that. Right? Build awareness and user strategy through the key word in point number 2 is relevant. Right? Relevant is the need of the hour. So if I know that the consumer, each of you all are my consumers, if I know that you all are buying the new Jordans, I will only talk to you on digital. Right? If I know you all are buying, I don't know, a smartphone, I'll only obviously talk to you on digital as well. Right? Everything else is secondary. And finally, I love the third one. Be authentic. Right? Don't try and copy paste too much. Because today's youth are, today's Gen Z in fact, they are so clear on what they don't want more than what they want. So be authentic to your philosophies. When I ask people of a slightly older generation on how they hold their mobile phone, they do this. When I ask a Gen Z, they do this. You getting with me? It's become part of an identity. So this is my name, this is the phone, this is the, and the only thing that separates between two consumers is the apps on their phone. That's the only thing that will separate them anymore. Going forward, the apps on the phone are going to be the separating factor. What you like and what she likes is that's going to be changed. That will change. Phones आपका सब शायद similar होगा, same pricing में सब मिलेगा. But जो apps होंगे that will make the biggest difference. Right? Someone is an Amazon consumer, someone is a Flipkart consumer. Right? You never know. Alright, go on. This is the era of 0-degree marketing. And I'll tell you a little bit about this. This is where the presentation gets really sharp. And what does this really mean? 0-degree marketing, right? Can anyone take a wild guess? Now this is going to be very interesting. Self-introspectory, go on. Oh, that's actually absolutely phenomenal answer. I think I don't want to ask anymore because you nailed it. Next slide. This is going to be the future. Winning with communities. Somebody from that side told me earlier about trust, right? Because you can build trust with communities, right? And that's how it really moves. And my community is my circle of trust. So it's not necessarily that you start top down. A lot of interesting brands have started bottom up. That's where the reality is. I mean, at OnePlus, we started off with an invite-only model and built a community, right? So it's a very interesting strategy that people adopt. But winning with communities, the community is what gives you more power. And each of you all will be part of a community, right? Whether it's tech or whether it's, technically, WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups, whatever groups you're part of, it's a community in itself, right? It is, if you think of it in perspective. Are you guys with me so far? Alright, next one. Be hyper-local. Now this is going to be very, very interesting. How many in this room are from the west of the country? The west? West? Raise your hands, come on. Okay, this slide is for you guys. Alright? Go on. Next. Did you ever imagine a global brand coming and doing a Devanagari script? This is one of our highest selling. That consumer made her own tea and walked out of a Palladium store. That's the power of community. And everything that you see on that t-shirt, this auto rickshaw is inspired by the city life of Mumbai. Traffic lights because the infrastructure is horrible. right? And everything that you see around is her own work of art. Her personality comes out in this tea. Would you guys want something like this? Or do you? No. Let me ask you more direct question. Are you okay to pay full price for this? Hard to change. Tough room. All right. The next slide. Just one click, please. How many people are here from the north of the country? I can't see your hands up. Go on. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. We got quite a few. This one is for you guys. One click. One more click. This has been inspired by the Delhi Metro and the public transport system. The left pair is inspired by the EV transformation in the city in Delhi. And this was built by a design studio and to inspire the consumers of the north of the country. And what this did was create an Air Force One community in the north of the country. Isn't this cool? Yeah? You guys like this? It's quite exciting, isn't it? I actually posted this on LinkedIn about 2 days ago, and people have been asking me where to buy it. I just told them it's like a work of art, but they were not convinced. So it's not a convincing answer. They were like, yeah, it's just a work of art to show the artist and to tribute and homage. They're like, no, where do we buy it? So it's hard to win some battles, but it's good to create desire and demand, right? I'm sorry I don't have any examples for the South right now. I am a South Indian, but I chose not to show any examples for the South right now. I'm your living example right here. Right? Alright, go on. Now when you put product out there, that's the feeling that the consumer gets. Right? Why do you shut the music off? It's a nice soundtrack for Pratik Kuwar. So this is so interesting. When Pratik Kuwar actually was launching his India tour, we gifted him this pair and he wore it for the entire tour. And that's why the soundtrack is playing around. So that's what it means to somebody from that city, from that place. He's from Delhi, and this is exactly how it kind of plays out. Not bad. Now the room is vibing. It's a good song. Alright. Let's bring it back. Alright, let's go on. Okay, time for a case study. Open the notebooks, everybody. Quickly, video assignment. Come on, quickly. Come on. You thought it was going to be so easy? Pratik Kuwar play karke ghar jayenge hum log. Ticket nahi chal raha, show nahi chal raha. I'm kidding. We're doing a live case study. Right? Excited? Yeah? Alright, so I was always like, this is one of my favorite parts, right? When I put in the situation, I really enjoy this exploring the canvas. Right? And I thought a lot about what kind of topics to talk about in this case study. And I promised that I'll keep it very small and very simple. Right? Very small and very simple. I'm kidding, guys, you don't have to write anything. Relax. Because I'm very... Mazak kar raha tha main, yaar. Matlab, easy. You guys are very serious, yaar. Good bunch. Oh my God, he's... No. Relax. Come on. Abhi to 2 saal baaki hai, dost. Alright, so... I thought about, looking at the Reliance Jio example on how we built Jio, how we named Jio, all of that. But I felt that for today's experience, I should pick a more relevant example. Next. The making of OnePlus Nord. Interested? So I'm going to spend the next couple of minutes on telling you how we built this particular product. Right, and how we build the brand marketing around it. Right, this is a live case study. I've never ever done this before. Right, so this is going to be absolutely shooting off the cuff and from my experience with the organization and the consumer. Right, so I'm going to first play you the official brand film that I made when the brand launched, and then we'll talk a little bit about the case study. Sounds good? Okay, lights off. Lights are going off in 3, 2, 1.5, 1. Okay. Yeah. Play.
Dear past, we know that you have big plans for us. Paths to success that you see as the only way forward. Call us foolish or naive, but in this fast-changing world that pulls you this way and that, listening to our own inner voice seems like the better way. It's not about revolting against the past. It's simply about staying true to who we are, what we do, and what we make. Because if we're not living our true self, we're not really living at all.
Lights on, please. Right. Did you notice something about that ad? What are your observations? Sorry? Come on, come on. Get the lights back on in the crowd. Those lights on. Yeah.
They are showing every kind of people like an Indian foreigner.
Sure. Global consumer. Okay. What else? It's a good insight. Yeah. Sorry? Why are you guys whispering? Bolo, bolo. There are no wrong answers like the gentleman told earlier, right? No wrong answers. Come on. And I guarantee you that I was wrong about this ad many times before I made it as well. Right? So I'm the first one to admit that I make a lot of mistakes, and that's how I learn. Right? And that's how we all learn. Alright. Anyone? Coming out of the past. Interesting. Okay?
Connecting past with the future.
Connecting past with the future, you're acting as a bridge. Okay? Do what you believe. Okay, interesting. I love that because that's the takeaway of exactly you guys. Each of y'all are in this room are the consumers of that particular product. The one thing we did consciously was not show the smartphone. That was a very conscious choice to have a person. This is a personality development brand film, right? There's a difference between a brand film and a product film. This was the brand film, and what it did. Next slide. Was humanize the brand. So, in this case study, I'll tell you how we went about building this particular sub-brand. So, OnePlus Nord, we had to create firstly, so we were in a position where OnePlus flagship was doing fairly well. I mean, 11 launched 2 days ago. The flagship was doing fairly well, right? India is the only anomaly where 95% of India is an Android first market. Right, iOS has a smaller percentage in this country. So the flagship was getting priced at 55K that time, right? So we had to launch a sub brand for catering to the value consumer जो हमने पहले बताया था, जो उसको discount चाहिए. Very hard thing to do in a smartphone, right? But we had to maintain. So our first challenge was, should we call it OnePlus XYZ ABC, whatever, right? Or should we give it a new identity? Whenever we start, so the way I always see things as a brand marketer is that when we try to create something new and we're trying to building a brand, the simplest thing that has worked for me personally is I have tried to humanize that particular brand. अगर वो इंसान होता तो उसका और या औरत होती या any person, what are their attributes? Values क्या होंगे? Him or her? I try to humanize that entire brand. So OnePlus was essentially like a premium brand, like bought by place was Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man, right? Very very top end camera, great personality of the phone, great looking design. Everything was very different. right? With Nord, the relationship that we created is that Nord is going to be that rebellious Gen Z kid of the parent brand OnePlus. And hence the film starts with Dear Past. So you humanize the brand. So now, Nord. Do you know the meaning of the word Nord? Does anybody know this? Brilliant. North. So the intent was to tell the youth to find your true north. Right? That's the direction that we were going in. Right? And that's exactly how this particular entire exercise started. We want to inspire the new range of smartphones. It's designed for the youth between 18 to 24. Their current attributes are they are slightly rebellious, they have a strong point of view, they don't like to be told what's happening. The film was made in a certain way. In terms of technology, now if I tell you, I'll tell you something. If I tell you that, hey, you know what? Here's a great smartphone, right? And it's priced at your sweetest price point of, say, let's say 21K, example, right? And if I tell you that it has a terrible camera, will you buy it? So which means that we also had to make sure the camera had an investment, right? Because without the camera, the phone is only as good as the camera now, right? And pretty soon, that separation is becoming so minimal, right? So we also had to get a deck in place. So all that configuration had to kind of go in and building this. So one of the first things that we did was, like I said, humanize the brand. And the second thing is we chose to do the community strategy for Nord, where we went to colleges, we partnered with colleges, and we told them that Nord is coming to your college, and we sold Nord through music, we built Nord through tech fest, we built Nord through content, and we built Nord through even sport, e-gamers. So that's how we actually went about doing the entire experience of this particular product. Sounds interesting so far? Okay, all right. Can you go further? Okay, go on. All right. Any questions so far? Anything? Are we good to go? All right. Okay. So can you go back a slide? I'm almost done with my piece, right? And I felt that it's important to show gratitude to this institute that's doing such a phenomenal job. And I think someone earlier mentioned that from where this institute was, 2.5 decades ago to where it is today, has shown so much of progress. And one thing that I want to leave each of you all with is, and each of you all in this room, is this particular message, right? It's not about the pedigree of where you go out from, it's about who you are. So can you please take the next slide and take 30 seconds to read this. I can read it with you. Somehow we've come to believe that greatness is only for the chosen few, for the superstars. The truth is, greatness is for all of us. This is not about lowering expectations, it's about raising them for every last one of us. Greatness is not in one special place, it's not in one special person. Greatness is wherever somebody is trying to find it. So my message to each of you all in this room is that go out there and try and be who you are and find your greatness. Yeah? Next. And remember this. I always like to end on this one. You have too many haters, too many trollers, too many people who are saying negative stuff on the internet, right? Be one of the few who can actually endorse the like button. There's a reason for the like button. Right? There's a reason that it's that way, right? Right? So try and do this, right? And it's a conscious choice that you have to make. And I'm pretty sure that like in 5 years from now, there will be counselors just doing sessions on be kind on the internet. Right? It's reaching that level right now. All right, next. This is my closing film. Lights down, and enjoy this film.
We're never alone, and that is our strength. Because when we're doubted, we'll play as one. When we're held back, we'll go farther. and harder. If we're not taken seriously, we'll prove that wrong. And if we don't fit the sport, we'll change the sport. We know things won't always go our way.
And the world's sporting events are postponed or cancelled.
But whatever it is, we'll find a way. And when things aren't fair, we'll come together for change.
We have a responsibility
to make this world a better place. And no matter how bad it gets, we will always come back stronger. Because nothing can stop what we can do together.
It's one of my favorite films ever made by the brand, because this was made right in the middle of the pandemic. Sports stopped. We couldn't even shoot outdoors. This is an edit film, and the edit film is it gives me goosebumps every time I think of this film, because when whoever sat on the edit table to make this film has just done with a pure imagination. Imagine what the person was thinking who made the film, right? That just you can't go out there, I can't shoot, so many restrictions, sab band ho chuka hai. That didn't stop us from inspiring people that, if you play sport outside or you play sport inside, it's still sport, right? If you're her or you're him, you're still playing sport, right? So on that note, I'm done for today. I think it's been a wonderful experience. And yeah, that's how you can reach me. I'm fairly accessible on this one. And thank you so much once again for the opportunity. I told you I'll try my best to inspire you. Have I done a fairly decent job on that so far? Yes. A louder yes would be nice. Yes. Okay. This has been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. That's my time. All right. Sorry. I can take some questions if you want. Any questions? I know it's been a long session. That's the reason I kind of like. There was actually a slide that said Q&A, but I chose to skip it. But any last questions? Or will it go? Or does everyone want a coffee break? I sure do. Are we good? Are we good so far? All right. Okay. No more questions. Thank you.
Round of applause, everybody. So Siddhanta, there's one thing which I can say on behalf of entire audience, which is आप जब भी कहीं session लेंगे, we are ready to pay the full price to attend your session. In language of Indian consumer, it was a very paisa vasool session. Thank you so much. I normally take down my notes whenever a speaker is there on the stage, and this is the proof for your session. And when I come here to thank them, I typically, summarize the key takeaways which I have noted down. But for you, I just want to say absolutely loved it. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students, so this brings us to conclusion of day 1 of 10th edition of Indira Brand Slam Summit and Awards. We'll see you tomorrow. But before that, I want to thank these wonderful people who took out time and share their thoughts and perspective with us all. Some of them are here, some of them have left. But yes, we had Ms. Sangeeta Chako from Percept, ma'am is with us right now. Mr. Amit Thete from Mercedes-Benz. Mr. Alok Kedia, Taliyan bajti rahi please. Mr. Alok Kedia from IndusInd Bank. We had Mr. Vincent Pinto from Schindler. Mr. Ajay Motwani from Dabur, Ms. Vandana Bhala, BEI activist. We had in our panel discussion, we had Mr. Advait Kudlekar from Upohan, Mr. Raj Chilakapati from Amazon Web Services, Ms. Anushri Sharma from Harbinger Group, Siddhant sir from Nike. We are also expecting Mr. Rajkumar Bhatt from Lenovo, Mr. Devendra Chugh from Microsoft, and Ms. Vandana Chopra from KPMG. Due to some emergency, they could not be with us today, but I'm sure our very efficient and super competent placement team will ensure that we get to meet them soon in person, maybe in some other forum. Thank you so much. I have a placement team actually. They are the ones who ensure that we had this amazing lineup of speakers today and we thoroughly enjoyed the day, didn't we? We did, right? Thank you so much, and we sign off for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot, and students to remain seated until our dignitaries exit the auditorium.